Siwei lies asleep, immersed in a void. A haunting question echoes, "Why am I here?" Lu Qi stands above her, questioning her silence. He firmly asks why she doesn't reply to him. Lu Qi demands an answer, reminding her of his request for her to serve his jail time. He insists on her response. Siwei, kneeling, realizes the man before her is none other than her ex-husband, Lu Qi. Lin Yu urgently tells Brother Qi not to sacrifice his happiness for her, as she trembles with anxiety. Lin Yu insists she would rather go to jail and clarifies the hit wasn't intentional. Lu Qi stands by her. Reflecting on past misunderstandings, Lin Yu recalls her sister accusing her of getting too close to Brother Qi at a critical time. Lin Yu softly addresses Brother Qi, appreciating his kindness with a subtle smirk. Siwei, shocked, learns her sister is marrying Brother Qi. Lin Yu asks Siwei to return for a wedding blessing. Lin Yu taunts Siwei about past tragedies, including her child's miscarriage and her parents' deaths, while claiming Lu Qi as her own. Lu Lin, reflecting bitter past mistakes, wonders about her adoption and the loss her actions caused. Despite it all, she hopes for forgiveness. Overwhelmed, Siwei falls unconscious on a subway, witnessed by onlookers. Confusion and fear surround her. A haunting declaration pierces the darkness, asserting that someone remains Siwei's only family now. Disoriented, Siwei recalls falling on the subway and questions why she finds herself in a different place. Looking around, Siwei identifies her location and realizes she's inside the Lu Qi family's villa. Lu Qi criticizes Siwei's choices, querying her happiness over his marriage intentions, gripping her closely. Lu Qi questions Siwei's actions against Yaya, demanding to know her reasons for causing harm. Lu Qi blames Siwei for Yaya's health relapse and accuses her of being inherently vicious. Lu Qi offers a deal, suggesting marriage if Siwei takes responsibility for Yaya's incident. Siwei slaps him in refusal. Startled, Lu Qi reacts to Siwei's rejection, visibly shocked and taken aback by her outburst. Siwei stands up with determination, addressing the confusion, yet acknowledging a significant turning point. Despite the bewilderment, Siwei vows to remember this critical moment, marking it as the starting point of her nightmares. Reflecting on the past, Siwei recalls her love for Lu Qi since childhood. He, however, fell for Lin Yu instead, leading to an arranged heartbreak. Siwei recounts her role as an obstacle in Lu Qi and Lin Yu's love story, eventually agreeing to jail time for Lin Yu's sake. After the unjust imprisonment, Siwei experienced severe health issues. Still, Lu Qi honored his word, marrying her amid sought happiness. Siwei faces growing struggles with Lin Yu post-pregnancy. Her father's death adds exhaustion, and she ultimately leaves the country in despair. Siwei regrets her choices, realizing the past held no place for her sacrifices. Lu Qi questions her intentions upon her return. Siwei clarifies that her absence distanced her from Yaya's misadventures, attributing her hardships to misguided decisions. Vi Sirius explains Yaya's own words, urging voluntary surrender to perhaps lessen impending punishment. Lu Qi is incredulous at the suggestion, arguing Yu's health prevents her from surrendering, despite everything. Siwei sarcastically questions if her health makes her automatically guilty, frustrated by the assumption. Siwei concludes Lin Yu's actions must be her own responsibility, questioning her past marriage to such a heartless man. Siwei disinterestedly dismisses blame, wishing for her returning home. She reflects on the futility of staying longer. Lin Yu and Lu Qi confront Siwei, questioning her conscience regarding her sisterly duties, seeming accusatory. Siwei responds sharply, questioning the kind of conscience owed to someone willing to imprison her for personal gain. Siwei states there's no sisterly bond between them, clarifying Lin Yu's adoption status against her own family surname. Siwei elaborates on conscience being subjective, hinting at stories of deceitful snakes, challenging moral expectations. Lin Yu, saddened, asserts long-term sisterly treatment, shocked at the unexpected betrayal coming from Siwei. Lu Qi calms Lin Yu, dismissing Siwei's harsh words to comfort Lin Yu, advising against taking it seriously. Frustrated, Lin Yu bites her lip, recalling Siwei's past acquiescence, engulfed by conflicting emotions. Siwei distances from Lin Yu, withholding familial recognition. Lu Qi's interruption demands cessation. Despite fulfilling his promise of marriage, Lu Qi questions Siwei's limits. Siwei, however, resolves to end their engagement. The woman stands assertively, stating she does not acknowledge having a half-sister like the pink-haired girl, which is met with a decisive enough. The man with blue hair, holding the pink-haired girl protectively, questions why she continues to create problems even after his marriage promise. He cautions her not to go too far. Focus shifts to the woman, who suggests firmly ending the engagement. She turns away, indicating that the monsters offer her reasons to behave as she does. She insists she will not interfere with his true love and gestures for him to turn around. The pink-haired girl appears startled by the proposal to end the engagement. The man with blue hair looks determined, suggesting that ending the engagement means he can marry Lin Yu. The man reacts strongly to the woman's insinuation and questions what she is implying with his raised voice. As they walk through the hall, a servant alerts them of the housekeeper's request to see the man, urging him to proceed immediately. He responds to the call, promising to go attend to it right away, while reflecting on how Lin Yu's incident made him forget about his uncle's return. Before leaving, he instructs Mu Siwei to remain there, assuring that they will settle matters once he returns. Mu Siwei challenges him, citing that illegal detention could mean imprisonment, and questions his certainty in wanting her to stay. The pink-haired girl interjects, suggesting she takes care of her sister first, allowing him to focus on his obligations. The man reassures the pink-haired girl not to worry, vowing to help her resolve the situation regardless. The pink-haired girl is shocked by the woman's willingness to break up, unable to believe her brother's actions. She wonders about her brother's true intentions regarding the engagement and questions how he can take her away without her brother's consent. The two women converse, with the pink-haired girl offering to send her sister home. However, the woman insists on arranging her own taxi. The pink-haired girl reaches out, calling after her sister, who responds with a light-hearted demeanor as she exits. Alone, the pink-haired girl contemplates the unfolding events with a somber expression. Meanwhile, in a car, the driver informs Mr. Liu about the thunderstorm and their potential delay in reaching their destination. Mr. Liu dismisses the delay's importance, flipping through some papers in his hand. The driver internally notes Mr. Liu's youthful appearance despite being Mr. Liu's uncle, which surprises him. Mr. Liu, seated in the back, strikes an imposing figure, leading the driver to ponder his seemingly young age for such a high-status role. Suddenly, the car comes to an abrupt halt, catching the driver's and passengers' attention. Mr. Liu inquires calmly about the unfolding situation. The driver, evidently distressed, confesses to accidentally hitting someone, causing a moment of panic. Mr. Liu steps out into the rain, approaching the figure, and checks on the person's well-being with attentive concern. In the pouring rain, a young woman huffs as a man holding an umbrella asks if she's okay, showing concern for her condition. The woman pushes the man's arm away, and he wonders what she is doing. The rain continues to fall heavily on them. Inside a car, a man driving tries to understand what's happening outside, struggling to see clearly through the rain-spattered windshield. The man holding the umbrella embraces the woman, telling her not to leave. He asks if she is okay, appearing protective in the storm. The woman, seemingly exhausted and vulnerable, softly pleads for a hug, as if seeking comfort and warmth. The man appears unsure, sensing something troubling about the woman's behavior as she clings to him under the umbrella. The woman persists, reaching for his tie and asking once more to be hugged. Her insistence seems to catch him off guard. Now inside the car, the woman sleeps, covered by a coat. The sound of her breathing is audible as she rests. The driver notices Mr. Xiao Lu waiting nearby, contemplating his next move as the rain continues to pour. Xiao Lu, now holding the woman in his arms inside the vehicle, assures the driver he'll take care of her and decides to call someone. A voice reaches out through a phone call, inquiring if it's her uncle on the line. The person on the other end, involved in domestic tasks, listens as Xiao Lu explains having encountered something on the road. With urgency, Xiao Lu updates about needing to take the woman to a hospital due to her condition, which seems to be worsening. Xiao Lu informs the person on the phone that he can't come over at night due to the unavoidable circumstances. The character on the phone wonders if there's a woman with Xiao Lu, recognizing the voice. He requests the message for the sister-in-law to be passed along, extending apologies. As they continue driving, the woman mutters aloud about her discomfort, feeling unbearably hot, as she struggles in the back seat. Xiao Lu demands she sit properly, threatening to throw her out if she causes more trouble, as she pants from the heat. The woman leans toward Xiao Lu, pleading for a hug, claiming it's too hot for her to handle. Xiao Lu pushes back, commanding her to let go as she grips onto him tightly, creating a tension-filled moment. The driver, trying to focus on the road, chooses to ignore the situation's awkwardness, claiming he neither sees nor hears anything. Xiao Lu demands the car be stopped immediately, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Despite appearing intent on leaving the woman behind, it becomes evident Xiao Lu might not abandon her on the roadside. Xiao Lu commands the driver to continue the journey, his resolve seemingly strengthened as he adjusts his tie. A woman wakes up suddenly, confused and disoriented, wondering where she is. The surroundings suggest she might be in a hospital, piecing together her situation as she observes her hospital gown and the sterile room. She questions herself, trying to understand why she ended up in the hospital. Her mind races, attempting to recall what led her there. A sense of urgency fills her thoughts as she grapples to understand the events. Still perplexed, she asks a man standing nearby about his identity. She's trying hard to remember the night before and seeks answers from him, hoping he can fill the gaps in her memory. She notices something peculiar on the man's neck, hints of an intense night marking his skin. The sight triggers a flurry of thoughts, as she deduces that whatever happened was indeed intense, making her blush in surprise. Brief fragments of a memory flash before her eyes. A passionate and intimate moment from last night surfaces momentarily, leaving her breathless and muddled about her actions. Overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, she chastises herself loudly for her audacity last night, blaming her actions on her spontaneous and reckless nature, upset about the boldness of leaving marks on a stranger. The man, in a calm demeanor, acknowledges her recollection and suggests that since she remembers now, she should answer his questions. His composed manner contrasts with her agitation. She questions him, seeking clarity on his intentions and wanting to know who he is and why she stopped his car the previous night. Her confusion is evident as she asks for more information from him. Surprised, she repeats his comment back to him, questioning why she would have stopped his car. Her puzzlement grows as she tries to understand her actions from the night before. Intrigued, he admits his curiosity as well, wondering why she disregarded her safety by standing in such a dangerous situation. He probes further, asking about her motivations. He explains the risks she took by stopping his car, unafraid that the driver might not stop in time. His words emphasize the precariousness of her actions, and he seeks to understand her intentions. Her thoughts drift back to the previous night as she tries to reconstruct the events. The memory of the night lingers like a shadow she cannot quite grasp, leading her deeper into recollection. A vivid flashback starts to unfold, revealing her presence in a car with a mysterious man driving through the rain, portraying a sense of danger or distress. Her inner voice demands to be let go, fueling the dramatic tension. The flashback continues with menacing figures holding her captive under a tree in the rain. Her struggle is evident as she coughs and fights against the restraints, drenched and desperate. Back in the present, she sits up in her hospital bed, fearfully demanding to call the police. Her firm determination is clear, wanting law enforcement to handle whatever transpired. The man questions her intent, mildly skeptical, and suggests she shouldn't make a claim that someone forced her into the situation, probing further into her story with a hint of disbelief. With a smirk, he seemingly ridicules the idea of her accusing someone else for her predicament, suggesting she narrate a typical trope of encountering robbery, being drugged, managing a narrow escape, and conveniently meeting him. The woman sits, acknowledging that her situation is real, not a dream. She's alive, and things are different now, unlike her past life. She considers the possibility that she has traveled back in time, her mind racing with disbelief. A man in a suit appears, noting that she's awake. Another man, standing by her hospital bed, mentions the waiting company conference room people, urging the man in the suit to leave. The man expresses skepticism about her situation, suggesting it's a common excuse used by women. He acknowledges her efforts, saying she acted the best in this scenario despite not being the first. She reacts with shock, questioning what he means by his statement. Challenging him, she asks if he's insinuating that her appearance was an attempt to seduce him. He responds coldly, implying his certainty about her intentions, which angers her. She accuses him of being overly confident, using the term pushin nand to describe him and mentioning that it's unjustified. He is confused by the term pushin nan, showing a lack of understanding. She mocks him, comparing him to currency that everyone desires, questioning his self-assumed allure. The man in the suit laughs at her use of pushin nan, finding her reaction amusing. He explains to his companion that pushin nan refers to a man who is average yet very confident. Laughing, he notes it's the first time his friend has been described as average, adding humor to the situation. A bag is left behind, and the skeptical man warns her to inform her backers that their plans won't succeed. He warns of consequences if he discovers any more deceitful actions, hinting at being less forgiving next time. The man in the suit bids her farewell, winking and calling her little beauty, expressing a hope to meet again. Alone, she fumes about the arrogant man, calling him disgusting despite his looks, and labels his behavior as an illness. She picks up the bag, wondering if it's a warning from the confident man and doubting he'd leave something behind. Inside, she finds clean clothes, realizing hers were dirted the previous day. She's surprised by the considerate gesture, given her previous assumption about his character. At the hospital desk, a nurse informs her of a hefty bill of 11,322 yuan, advising her to settle it at the payment counter. Shocked by the cost for one night, she questions why it's so high, expressing disbelief. The nurse clarifies her stay in a VIP suite, leaving her momentarily speechless. She protests being sent to the VIP ward without consent, told it was requested by the person who brought her, suggesting complaints be directed to him. Reflecting on him, she associates his overconfidence with negative traits. She realizes that excessive confidence can cloud judgment and harm both physical and mental well-being. Discovering the name Lu Ting Yuan on the bill, she questions his assumptions about her financial ability to pay. Frustrated by the cost, she recalls that her phone and purse were taken by the robbers, complicating her predicament. A woman sits in a clinic room, asking the doctor what's wrong. She smiles nervously, saying she needs to borrow a phone to contact someone for help with her payment. She reflects to herself that she's not mentally prepared but realizes she can only rely on certain people. As she approaches a security guard, he asks who needs to borrow a phone. She thanks him for the assistance. Standing by a window, she starts a phone call, greeting the person on the line. Holding the phone, she addresses her mom, who is surprised to hear from Weiwei. Her mom, at home, eagerly asks if it's Weiwei on the other end. A woman nearby reacts with frustration, commenting on men who failed to keep Mu Siwei in check the previous night. Her mom enthusiastically confirms it's Weiwei, and another person considers it obvious she would contact her family. Her mom questions her about changing her number and expresses how she and her dad miss Weiwei. Her dad sternly criticizes her, telling her not to bother coming back if she left. Weiwei's mother dismisses her husband's comments, asking Weiwei where she is now. Weiwei reveals she's in the hospital, prompting her mom to urgently ask what happened. Weiwei explains vaguely, requesting money for her hospital bill. Her mom immediately promises to come over. Confused, Weiwei reacts to the abrupt end of the call. Her dad accuses her mom of answering when she shouldn't have, assuming Weiwei should face consequences. Her dad calls out to his wife, sarcastically asking if she remembered her purse on the way out. Wei Wei thanks the security guard as he returns her phone. He assures her it was no issue. Wei Wei reflects on her past life, blaming Lin Yu for the conflict that arose between her and her parents. She remembers how her parents always forgave her mistakes. Her father, despite his demeanor, was her strongest supporter. Regretfully, she recalls realizing too late how important they were. It pains her to remember that by the time she understood, her parents were already gone. Determined, Wei Wei promises to protect them this time around. The security guard reports back on his phone call as instructed, revealing the call was monitored. Wei Wei's mom and another woman spot her, noting her presence ahead. Wei Wei softly acknowledges her mom's arrival. Her mom anxiously inquires about Wei Wei's well-being. Yaya, standing nearby, remarks on Wei Wei finally reaching out, revealing the family's concern. With skepticism, Wei Wei questions Yaya's sincerity in her concern. Yaya, showing some discomfort, asks her mom to note how Wei Wei treats her. Wei Wei's mom gently questions why Wei Wei always begins by confronting Yaya. Defending herself, Wei Wei insists that her mom isn't aware of Yaya's deeds. Yaya interrupts, taking responsibility and insinuating it's her fault Wei Wei ended up in the hospital. Their mom attempts to mediate, urging them to sit down and talk calmly. In the scene, an older woman expresses her concern, mentioning that Yaya actually cares a lot about another person. The older woman explains to the young woman that upon hearing about her hospitalization, Yaya rushed over immediately. She asks for forgiveness if Yaya did anything wrong since she is the older sister. The young woman acknowledges this and offers the older woman a place to sit and rest for a while. Mu Siwei reflects on the fact that because of Lin Yu, her parents greatly misunderstand her. She worries that they won't believe anything she says now. Wei Wei reassures her not to worry about their mother anymore. As she sits by someone's bedside, she hopes that as long as they can live well, everything will be all right. Mu Siwei remembers how, during her previous life, after being imprisoned, Lin Yu had people beat her severely. She recalls suffering severe kidney damage, and losing function on both sides meant she needed a kidney transplant. When she found out her mom was the donor. Tragically, her mom was critically ill and soon passed away. Mu Siwei blames Lin Yu for everything that happened. A different woman, seemingly angry, reflects on how lucky Mu Siwei was to be saved despite being in such a desolate place. The woman wonders who could have ruined her plans by intervening. As she examines a paper, she reads the name Lu Ting Yuan. She questions if Lu Ting Yuan was the one who saved Mu Siwei and arranged a VIP room for her. Reflecting further, she realizes the name sounds familiar and decides she needs to investigate later. Elsewhere, a security officer takes pictures with his phone. The officer seems to be searching for someone and questions their whereabouts as he ascends the stairs. The young woman from before questions the officer about why he's following her. Startled, the officer insists he isn't following her, claiming he's merely going upstairs. The young woman suddenly exclaims about her phone. She suspects the officer of secretly taking pictures and decides to call the police. The officer, panicked, begs her not to involve the police, explaining that he's acting on someone else's behalf. He admits he doesn't know who employed him, stating he was only asked to watch her at the hospital and take a few pictures. The young woman demands the most recent contact number for the mysterious employer. She questions aloud why someone would want pictures of her and her mom, wondering if it's linked to past events. Meanwhile, a phone rings in a different setting with no immediate answer. The young woman stays tense, asking over the phone if there are any new discoveries. She asks the person on the line why they hired someone to photograph and follow her. The man on the line, realizing who she is, teases her about forgetting him so quickly and feigns sadness. He reminds her of their recent meeting that morning, expressing surprise at her forgetfulness. Recognizing them, the young woman exclaims that it's those men. Back at the men's location, one of them prompts the young woman to recall their earlier encounter. Another man seated nearby accuses someone of being Dixon's underling and questions his intentions. A man, holding a phone, questions who the Puxin man is that has been frequently mentioned, cautioning that the reference may be inappropriate. Another man inquires if a particular woman is involved in this situation as he looks at his phone. The man, depicted in a chibi form, confirms that the woman from last night quickly uncovered the person he had arranged. He then adds that guessing her identity would be quite challenging. Revealing a photo of a woman, he informs the other man that she is Lu Qi's fiancée. The woman on the phone reacts with disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" as her eyes widen in surprise. Her thoughts spiral as she questions how such a coincidence could occur, realizing the Puxin man is Lu Qi's uncle. The first man requests the phone from the other, preparing to join the conversation. He introduces himself over the phone as Lu Ting Yuan, ready to address the situation. The woman, hearing this, realizes she is speaking to Lu Qi's uncle and acknowledges him as her elder. Lu Ting Yuan explains that there was a misunderstanding, suspecting industrial espionage through a honey trap. He reassures her, asserting that Lu Qi's fiancé would never engage in such activities. The woman, grateful, mentions she will repay the favor of being saved yesterday, but plans to break off her engagement with Lu Qi, stating he won't be her elder anymore. She addresses him once more, calling him little uncle with a look of determination. Reflecting on the bad luck of the situation, she recalls that this Puxin man is Lu Qi's uncle. Despite the realization, she notes that he doesn't appear much older than her, causing her to blush intensely. She convinces herself that once the engagement is annulled, she won't have to pretend to be his niece-in-law, seeking comfort in the thought. The uncle finds out she hung up and asks his companion what her last words were, learning she intends to break off the engagement with his nephew. Curiously, he questions why the young woman from the Mu family, who seemed fond of Lu Qi, wants to break the engagement. He speculates that the young lady is deeply in love, though Lu Qi's treatment may be lacking, and notes a rumor about Lu Qi's interest in Linyu. Linyu, mentioned as the adopted daughter of the Mu family, is highlighted as Lu Qi's new interest. He comments on finding the little white flower type a bit pitiable, but acknowledges the little beauty is much more spirited. The companion teasingly asks if he is also attracted to that type. He denies it, stating he prefers the domineering type while envisioning a powerful flower. The other man looks at a document with a thoughtful expression, but remains silent as he contemplates the image in his hands. A memory surfaces of a young girl helping an unconscious boy amidst flames, urging to save Lu Qi. Speaking about her older sister's open-minded nature, the younger sister narrates how she frequently ends up in questionable situations. She interrupts a conversation, asking if the man who saved her sister was referred to as President Lu. The older sister, surprised, questions her younger sister's gossiping, expressing interest in joining. The older sister asks what the other is doing, as she encounters the latter preparing to leave the hospital after packing her belongings. As the conversation halts, the older sister mentions she has things to do and will leave. The pink-haired girl clarifies that she only came to help her pack and briefly spoke with the nurse. The older sister accuses Linyu of scheming, presuming she desires Lu Qi, despite already having stated that she'll end the engagement with him. Linyu questions the accusation, claiming she couldn't possibly have feelings for her brother-in-law, as she has always thought about the future. The older sister reflects on how she once believed her younger sister to be the most obedient and adorable sibling in the world. Recalling the past, she thought she had found the love of her life, reflecting on the happy times they shared together. She didn't realize how much she had done for them, only to become a puppet manipulated by both of them. However, that is all in the past, and now she has no interest in him. After breaking off the engagement, she insists that Linyu needs to move out of the Mu family and never appear before her again, shocking Linyu. Linyu questions if her sister is joking, as she considers her family the only place she can belong. The older sister dismisses her worries, suggesting she could live with Lu Qi, while Linyu insists there is a misunderstanding. Linyu tries to explain that Brother Qi sees her as a sister, and insists she loves her sister and would never betray her. The older sister notices Linyu's tendency to appear sweet and innocent whenever there is a problem. Reflecting on her past life, Lin Yu questions her own foolishness for only seeing her sister's true colors at the end. This realization leaves her wondering when her sister started harboring malice towards her. The older sister declares she's done pretending to care for Lin Yu as a sister, unwilling to keep up the act. She warns Lin Yu, stating that if their parents discovered she wanted her to take the blame and go to jail, they might reconsider their relationship with Lin Yu. Lin Yu stands silently in the hallway, perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation. In a moment of anger, Lin Yu internally accuses her sister of always acting superior, questioning her entitlement due to their parents. She recalls how the nurse sent a picture, urging someone to keep it private as it shows someone she referred to earlier. Lin Yu vows to Mu Siwei, planning to gradually ruin everything she has. She believes that once Mu Siwei loses her parents' protection, her arrogance will diminish. The scene shifts to the Mu family villa, indicating a change of setting. Returning home, Wei Wei and her sister are greeted, inquiring if Wei Wei's room is ready. The family member suggests Wei Wei take a rest while she checks the room arrangement. Wei Wei observes the unchanged house, reminiscing about the past. She picks up a small object thoughtfully, remembering that it's Wei Wei's birthday. A memory surfaces where young Wei Wei excitedly expressed her desire for a little sister. Celebrating her birthday, young Wei Wei enjoys her special day with her parents' affectionate presence. During a storm, someone defends Wei Wei, asserting her innocence in a hit-and-run incident. At the airport, Wei Wei's father pleads with her not to leave, offering to take care of her. Wei Wei apologizes, explaining her need to leave, despite her father's protests, for a chance at a better life. Reflecting on the past, Wei Wei regrets taking her parents' love for granted, consumed by her own feelings. Holding a family photo, she wonders if her father harbored resentment during his hospital stay. Now, Wei Wei questions if her father thinks she's only returned because of financial problems. Her father, sitting with a cup of tea, wonders if she doesn't recognize him after being away for a short while. Mu Siwei stands at the entrance, softly calling out for her dad as if seeking comfort upon her return home. She rushes towards her dad with urgency, enveloping him in a tight hug as if seeking solace in his presence. Her dad questions if someone bullied her outside. Mu Siwei smiles, wiping away imaginary worries from his face, and assures him that she just missed him. He advises that if she missed home, she should have returned sooner. He asks why she ended up in the hospital, expressing concern. Siwei reassures him that she's fine. Another girl, Yaya, informs their dad that the nurse mentioned two men brought Siwei to the hospital, causing him to react with surprise. Their father learns that the two men left Mu Siwei at the hospital, where she lost her phone and purse, leaving her unable to make the payment. Yaya reflects on past events, acknowledging that Lin Yu often appeared when conflicts arose, hinting at some involvement from her past life. Their dad anxiously questions what Siwei had been doing outside. Siwei calmly urges him not to overthink the situation and tightly grips his hand. Siwei explains that the two men she mentioned were simply passing by and kindly took her to the hospital. Her dad reacts with skepticism, scolding her for acting recklessly and putting herself in danger. Siwei admits her mistake and promises that she won't run away from home again, assuring him that he doesn't need to worry. Her dad asks if she has realized how important and comfortable their home is, suggesting a hint of pride. Siwei expresses warmth and happiness, no doubt about having the best parents, as they embrace with joy. Yaya changes the subject, reminding her sister about breaking off the engagement with brother Chi, hinting at a hidden crisis. Their father reacts with disbelief, questioning what's happening when another problem arises with only 2 months until the wedding. Yaya urges their father to remain calm, reminding him to be cautious of his blood pressure amidst rising tension. Siwei asks her dad to relax, emphasizing it was her plan to discuss the engagement with them, and she has given it serious thought. She speaks about the significance of marriage and expresses that she and Lu Qi might not be the right fit for each other. Her dad, puzzled, questions Siwei about her certainty, emphasizing that they grew up together and know each other better than anyone else. Siwei hesitates, But her father acknowledges that an engagement isn't trivial and suggests focusing on her health and happiness. Siwei thinks about the difficulty of ending the engagement, reflecting on their long-standing betrothal since childhood. She contemplates the challenges of convincing her father and the possible resistance from the Liu family. Siwei considers finding an irrefutable reason for her family not to refuse her decision. Ye observes that Siwei has initiated the break but notes the persuasion efforts, describing her sister as changed. She wonders about Siwei's past longing to marry Lu Qi and questions her sudden change of heart, suspecting an ulterior motive. Ye questions Siwei's intentions, expressing confusion over why her concern seems one-sided. Siwei questions Ye's singular focus on her and hints that Ye might have something to disclose as well. Ye, taken aback, insists she has nothing to reveal, casting doubt and curiosity. Siwei urges that they can't ignore such significant issues and insists on finding a resolution together. Siwei brings up a past incident where Ye hit someone while driving, hinting at unresolved truths. Lin Yu is startled, holding someone's hands tightly, and she stammers out that she didn't mean to do something. A man questions Xiao Yu, demanding to know if she hit someone, while Lin Yu struggles to respond, initially stammering in confusion. Lin Yu cries out in pain and clutches her heart, expressing that her heart hurts terribly and pleading with her father. Responding to Lin Yu's pain, the man urgently asks what's wrong with Ye and inquires if her heart condition is acting up again as a woman observes in concern. Lin Yu continues to express her intense chest pain, surrounded by concerned figures. A worried man instructs his partner to retrieve medicine from Ye's room, while another agrees to get it quickly. A narrative text reveals that Lin Yu's heart condition always acts up at perfect moments, as Lu Qi is reminded of a promised prenatal checkup that day. Lu Qi suggests taking a taxi as someone expresses skepticism about the authenticity of Ye's heart issues, questioning if it's a real attack or a performance. A woman notes the arrival of Mr. Liu, questioning his presence shortly after seeing someone. Another character expresses concern about Weiwei's health after a hospital stay, noting Mr. Liu's quick visit and his generosity by bringing supplements. Someone comments on Lu Qi's kindness with a hint of satisfied amusement, enjoying the situation. A looming thought suggests that the urgent visit by someone is to encourage blame on Lin Yu, hinting at possible jail time. A woman urgently calls for Lu Qi's involvement in an important discussion, expressing the need for his input. In a cozy setting, someone questions if Xiao Qi is present as Ye sits on the couch with another female figure. Surprised, Lu Qi reacts to the mention of his presence, expressing concern. Lin Yu, appearing weakened, is supported by another woman who once again calls out to Ye in worry. Lu Qi asks Ye where it hurts, and she responds painfully that her heart is the source of her discomfort. Observing the situation, Lu Qi acknowledges Ye's sudden heart issue, explaining her father's absence to get medicine. A woman reflects on her own mistakes, confessing she was more focused on resolving the issue than considering Ye's feelings. Lu Qi displeasedly questions someone about what was done to Ye again. The woman admits she informed her parents about the incident where Ye allegedly hit and fled, raising the possibility of jail. Tearfully, she implores Lu Qi to find a solution, expressing concern over a potential jail sentence. She voices disbelief at the idea of fragile Ye going to jail, implying emotional turmoil. Lu Qi is caught off guard and hurriedly addresses Mu Siwei while someone else looks on with confusion. Grabbing hold of someone's hand, a plea is made to an elder female, suggesting something urgent. Lu Qi states the need to speak privately with Weiwei, suggesting they step out for a moment. As they exit, confusion remains inside, while Mu's garden is noted as their location. Outside, Mu Siwei confronts Lu Qi with insinuations of setting her up to take the fall for Lin Yu, questioning his audacity to speak in front of her parents. In frustration, Lu Qi questions Mu Siwei's logic, suggesting a financial resolution, implying that jail wouldn't last long, and urging a private settlement. Lu Qi argues that Ye's health should be a priority as the older sister should show more consideration. Mu Siwei deflects the seriousness of a short jail sentence, questioning the importance of just a few months in jail. A woman reflects aloud, considering the insignificance of spending a few months in jail anyway. She recalls her past life, where she faced bullying and humiliation in prison, nearly facing death from a severe beating. The memory of her mother donating a kidney to save her comes to mind, a sacrifice that resulted in her mother's early departure from the world, causing her father unbearable pain. All these thoughts make her wonder if they are truly what one would call a few months in jail. To her, it seems trivial. She questions why someone doesn't take responsibility in her stead to spare her this ruination. Mu Si-wei, in a state of despair, confronts a young man under the night sky, her emotions visible and intense. Lu Qi tries to calm the situation, urging Mu Si-wei not to make a scene, and assuring her that a few days in jail shouldn't ruin her life. He offers to take care of everything with money, suggesting it won't be too difficult for her inside. He mentions that Yaya had done him a favor, and by helping her this time, he is merely repaying that favor. Promising a future together, Lu Qi assures Mu Si-wei that once she is released, they will marry and live happily. Mu Si-wei responds with doubt, questioning the promise of marriage, and lightly pushes him away. Lu Qi, surprised by her reaction, asks Mu Si-wei if she's gone mad, indicating his shock. Mu Si-wei calmly tells Lu Qi that she will never marry him in this lifetime. Lu Qi, confused, asks what she's saying. Mu Si-wei clarifies that she won't marry him because she genuinely hates him. Lu Qi finds it impossible to believe what she's just proclaimed. Accusations fly as he wonders if Mu Si-wei is considering another man again. Mu Si-wei feels pain from his grip and demands to know what he's talking about, asking him to release her. Lu Qi accuses Mu Si-wei of infidelity since high school, his voice filled with anger. He mentions asking Yaya to keep an eye on her, but accuses Mu Si-wei of targeting Yaya instead. Feeling betrayed, he notes that she now wants to break off their engagement. The tension is palpable as Lu Qi struggles to find words, starting with you, but unable to finish. A woman calls out, addressing Lu Qi, which startles both him and Mu Si-wei, indicating an outside interruption. The woman notifies Lu Qi that his uncle is calling him on his phone. Lu Qi, puzzled, questions why his uncle would call him at such an hour. Concerned, another person asks if Mu Si-wei and Lu Qi are fighting. Lu Qi hesitantly denies, trying to downplay the situation. Mu Si-wei insists they were just fooling around and playfully seeks agreement from Lu Qi. Convincingly, Lu Qi reassures his aunt that they are fine and decides to return the call to his uncle, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lu Qi converses on the phone, addressing his uncle, ready to engage in a conversation that awaits. His uncle inquires if he's available the following night, to which Lu Qi responds affirmatively. The uncle apologizes for missing a prior dinner but requests Lu Qi bring his fiancée along next time. The uncle emphasizes the importance of bringing his fiancée to the gathering. Lu Qi contemplates his uncle's persistent concern about marriage arrangements, questioning his motives for urging the fiancée's presence. Lu Qi explains to his aunt that his uncle wants to invite both him and Wei Wei for dinner the following night. Mu Si-wei reflects internally, suspecting the uncle's invitation might be a strategic move while the engagement is still official, intending to confront it promptly. The aunt warmly expresses her anticipation for their family to become closer, envisioning a future together. Agreeing to pick up Wei Wei before dinner, Lu Qi assures that Yaya is feeling better after her medication, easing concerns. After agreeing on plans, Lu Qi informs Wei Wei that he'll pick her up the next day and advises her to dress nicely. The aunt bids farewell to Lu Qi, expecting to see him again the next day. Encouraged, Wei Wei is taken along by her mother to choose a dress, ensuring she'll look beautiful for tomorrow's event. Dad asks Xiaoyu if she feels better after taking the medicine, and she reassures him that she's much better now, expressing her gratitude to him. He expresses relief that she's fine and mentions there's no need to visit the hospital again. He adds that she's been managing her heart condition with home medication, while explaining that someone else was hospitalized after being drugged. Xiaoyu sits alone, appearing deep in thought, reflecting on what was mentioned earlier. Dad, seemingly concerned, asks Xiao Yu what she just said. She brushes off the question, claiming it was nothing. Xiao Yu, who suddenly feels thirsty, requests another glass of water from her dad. Dad agrees without hesitation and instructs Xiao Yu to rest while he fetches the water. She responds with a simple acknowledgement. While Dad's back is turned, Xiao Yu internally criticizes his behavior, accusing him of pretending to care while saving money for Mu Siwei instead of taking her to the hospital. She resolves that if she can't have something, then Mu Siwei won't either, as she picks up her phone. Xiao Yu checks her messages and sees a conversation about deleting something discreetly. She affirms she can keep a secret better than others expect. Relaxing on the couch, Xiao Yu engages in another chat about luxury items, expressing interest in being contacted first about limited edition goods. Xiao Yu notes that Mu Siwei often receives many gifts but doesn't use them. They merely gather dust. She considers taking a few items, rationalizing they wouldn't be missed. With a mischievous smile, Xiao Yu chuckles to herself while imagining the scenario. Reflecting on a previous incident, Xiao Yu contemplates asking her mom if taking things would compensate for the trouble caused by her sister's heart condition. She conveys doubt to her mom, who suggests if in disbelief, they can ask Xiao Yu for clarification. Another female appears, and Xiao Yu seems surprised at being shown a message on the other's phone. The girl praises the older sister's appearance, comparing her mature look to their mother's. Xiao Yu wonders why the girl dressed up so nicely. The older sister acknowledges the compliment but hints that some people try too hard to act cute. Xiao Yu awkwardly tries to insist she was genuinely complimenting the dress, maintaining a composed stance. The girl's misunderstanding is clarified by an older woman, explaining the dress was prepared for her sister's engagement with Xiao Qi, requiring elegance for future events. Yaya admires her sister's dress, expressing a desire for one, only to be told by their mom that it isn't suitable for her, promising a new dress instead. Yaya excitedly accepts the promise while inwardly accusing her mom of being frugal but pretending to care. A visitor arrives, announcing the purpose of being an escort for the family's dinner. The moment carries a sense of surprise. Yaya is taken aback, processing the news of Mu Siwei's recent engagement scene, feeling confusion about any reconciliation. She questions whether Lu Qi and Mu Siwei have reconciled, clearly unsettled by the possibility. Yaya, trying to appear innocent, requests to join her older sister, expressing a desire to see Brother Qi's mom again. The sister dismisses Yaya's request, stating it's rude to attend without an invitation, especially as Lu Qi's uncle is hosting. Yaya is startled by the mention of Brother Qi's uncle, reacting with surprise. Inquiring whether her sister knows him, the sister admits she doesn't, having only heard about his time abroad from Brother Qi, and was unprepared for his return. As their sister departs, Yaya bids her farewell, reflecting internally that she suspected Mu Siwei knew something earlier. However, just as the sister turns to leave, she calls out to Yaya, causing a sudden sense of alarm. The sister inquires about a missing pair of red high heels, noting their absence and that she hasn't seen them worn in a while. Yaya feigns innocence, nervously claiming she hasn't noticed the shoes being used lately. The sister states her intent to tidy things up later, implying a need to keep track of her belongings. Feeling a sense of dread, Yaya trembles, comprehending the underlying accusation of a thief in the house. Madame Lu invites the visitor to come inside with a gesture, suggesting a welcoming atmosphere. Third brother asks if he wasn't kept waiting too long, and is reassured that sister-in-law has just arrived. Madame Lu mentions that Xiao Qi and Wei Wei will be arriving soon, adding to the anticipation of the meeting. The couple walks together, and a decision is made to start serving the meal, indicating the beginning of the gathering. A comment is made about the long time since third brother returned, showing the significance of this reunion. Madame Lu inquires if the visit is for important business matters, while it is confirmed that the company is realigning its focus domestically and plans to stay. A remark is made about Xiao Qi managing the entertainment company well, reflecting pride in the conversation. Xiao Qi expresses an interest in the family's business sectors, emphasizing his youthful energy and ambition. Third brother remarks on the reliable junior, hinting at the possibility of retiring early due to Xiao Qi's capabilities. Madame Lu laughs slightly, insisting that third brother is joking, and mentions that Xiao Qi still has much to learn. Madame Lu introduces Wei Wei as Xiao Qi's fiancée and the eldest daughter of the Mu family, solidifying her place in the family. A gentle reminder is given to Wei Wei not to focus solely on eating, emphasizing social etiquette. With seriousness, Madame Lu urges Wei Wei to quickly raise a toast to her uncle, indicating respect is expected. Madame Lu reflects that if not for Xiao Qi's marriage being arranged, Tingting would have been her daughter-in-law. A gift is presented to Mother, showing a gesture of affection and respect. Wei Wei receives advice on being thrifty and managing the household well, focusing on responsible financial conduct. Madame Lu explains the expectation for Wei Wei to handle household work, given her new family role, indicating her integration. Wei Wei internally reflects on past dissatisfaction and hardships brought by Lu Yunlan, resolving to find an alliance this time. She resolves silently that she must seek help to leave Lu Qi, revealing her inner conflict and determination. Wei Wei, however, internally decides against it, displaying her inner turmoil and the complexity of her choices. Wei Wei mentions her low alcohol tolerance, suggesting Lu Qi handle the drinking, which reflects her personal preferences. Xiao Qi explains Wei Wei's casual nature at home and offers to raise a toast instead, taking responsibility. Third brother reassures Xiao Qi that it's not a problem since he can't drink either, due to his own circumstances. He explains that he drove himself today, giving a reason for not drinking, maintaining his personal boundaries. Internally, Madame Lu wonders why Wei Wei is behaving unusually rudely, noting a departure from her usual conduct. Madame Lu excuses herself to use the restroom, marking a pause in the gathering's dynamics. She instructs Wei Wei to accompany her, contemplating teaching her a lesson about respecting elders. Auntie Lu suggests going by herself, indicating her independence and determination in the matter at hand. She smiles as she confirms to Auntie Lu that she can indeed handle it on her own, exuding confidence. A young woman seated at the table mentions her youthful appearance as a reason for not needing retouching, while the young man at the table reacts with surprise. The young man, taken aback, responds with shock and seems to struggle to get his words out. He shakes with anger while contemplating a missed opportunity where his brother had to intervene, and decides to allow her to go alone. Internally, he curses the girl, showing his frustration and dissatisfaction with the situation. The woman, holding a wine glass, advises Auntie Lu to take care, maintaining a polite demeanor. The man comments on how casually she can speak, showing his disbelief, while a phone on the table rings to interrupt the meal. The young man hesitates briefly before deciding to answer the ringing phone, revealing some nervousness. His companion encourages him to handle the urgent matter first, showing understanding of the situation. The young man announces his intention to step out and take the call, demonstrating his resolve to deal with the issue at hand. The woman sits silently, while thoughts surface about Lu Ting Yuan being the current head of the Lu family. She recalls her past life, maintaining a distant relationship with Lu Qi's uncle, only knowing him due to her organ transplant surgery. The realization hits her that Lu Qi used the sudden death of someone as a reason not to attend the hospital, adding a layer of mystery. She reflects on how Lu Ting Yuan's sudden death had disrupted everything, contemplating the impact. This unexpected event led to Lu Qi becoming the new head of the Lu family, a responsibility thrust upon him. Despite his prime, questions linger on what could have possibly caused this sudden death, leaving a sense of intrigue. The man inquires if Miss Mu enjoyed the dinner, showing a courteous attitude. Miss Mu expresses her gratitude for the meal, acknowledging Mr. Lu's hospitality. He reminds her of her status as Lu Qi's fiancée, suggesting she address him as uncle, asserting a familial link. Miss Mu reveals to Mr. Lu her intention to break off the engagement with Lu Qi, guessing his plan to provoke her. Mr. Lu questions her decision, mentioning Lu Qi's remarkable standing within the younger Lu generation and the good relationship they shared. She explains that their engagement was arranged by their elders when they were children, hinting at its outdated nature. She continues, advocating for respecting each other's choices now that they have grown up and have different thoughts. Mr. Liu acknowledges the need for considering everyone's feelings, but seeks a deeper understanding. He inquires earnestly about the reasons behind Miss Mu's decision, looking for clarity. Miss Mu struggles to articulate her feelings, lamenting her lack of romantic attachment to Lu Qi, valuing her personal freedom. Mr. Liu agrees with her view but shows he has something important to reveal or discuss. Mr. Liu rises to show Miss Mu something, indicating a critical point in their discussion. He reveals an incident from 2 days ago when Miss Mu sent a cake to Xiao Qi, contrasting it with her current stance. With this new information, Mr. Liu hopes Miss Mu can provide a reasonable explanation to make the situation smoother to manage. The man questions the woman if she is worried about any scandals causing a drop in the Liu family group's stock. The woman reflects on the real reason. Lu Qi and Lin Yu caused her family's ruin and left her orphaned. The narrative reveals that pretending to be timid gained her empathy from many people, and even her father admired her courage. Privately, Lu Tingyuan also began to care. A document is shown, indicating that after Lu Qi and Mu Siwei get married, they will jointly own the shares. The agreement states that if the engagement is terminated, Mu Siwei can still take 10% of the shares, showing gratitude for saving Lu Qi. The sister-in-law considers it unfair that the shares, which should have belonged to Lu Qi, are now taken away by an outsider. Despite opinions, the final result has not changed. Only the Liu family knows about this situation. A question arises whether Mu Siwei already knows about the shares and wanted to dissolve the engagement to control them. The woman ponders why he cares so much about this engagement, thinking breaking it shouldn't impact the Liu family. In her POV, she wonders if she should create a suitable reason for him. A man explains that a woman drugged and appeared in front of him, mentioning it's a common excuse. She acknowledges she wasn't the first but acted the best. While being pulled closer, she considers asking compared to Lu Qi. She expresses a preference for more mature men, implying someone like him. She gives an example, suggesting if the reason works for him, calling him uncle. The narrative reveals Lu Tingyuan's arrogance and believes this reason would be easier for him to accept. Another character is surprised, questioning uncle. An intruding man demands to know what the two are doing, and it's clarified they just chatted. The intruder skeptically confirms, "Is that so?" The woman wonders if Lu Qi overheard what she said. She decides it's good if he heard, recalling past experiences after marrying him in a previous life. She remembers witnessing Lu Qi and Lin Yu flirting daily, after being married. Xiao Qi is asked why he stands at the door, and he responds it's nothing. He insists he just returned. Xiao Qi eats pistachio mousse, showing it's the hotel's famous dish. Another woman confirms the mousse tastes good. The woman, Auntie, mentions Wei Wei's desserts are worse than this. Auntie suggests Wei Wei should learn from the head chef if she has time. Wei Wei, smiling, says if Auntie doesn't like it, she won't make it next time. Auntie, visibly angry, only manages to say, You. Wei Wei reflects that it's easier to anger someone than to please them. She curiously asks what kind of desserts Uncle likes, wanting to make one for him next time. Uncle, however, declines the offer, creating an awkward pause. An animated Xiao Qi interjects that Uncle doesn't like sweets, ending the conversation. Wei Wei expresses her interest in cooking and asks what he likes to eat, confidently stating her cooking skills. The young man mentions that their uncle is busy and advises Wei Wei not to cause trouble. Wei Wei responds by wanting to know her uncle and share her cooking. Wei Wei questions how wanting to share her cooking is causing trouble, highlighting her innocence in the situation. A comical illustration shows sparks between the young man and Wei Wei, while another man is depicted with hearts as he enjoys tea. The young man seems puzzled by an unknown situation, expressing confusion with question marks. He shifts the conversation by mentioning the uncle, hinting at a new topic. The young man notices a mark on Wei Wei's neck and inquires if it was caused by something biting her. Wei Wei dismisses the concern, attributing it to a mosquito bite and reacts with a blush. He offers to examine the bite and suggests buying ointment later, showing concern for Wei Wei. Wei Wei assures him that it's nothing serious and he shouldn't worry about it. The man in black appreciates the cake, commenting on its delicious taste. The young man, though slightly exasperated, offers more cake, insisting others enjoy. The man in black indicates he will take Wei Wei back, nodding as he informs the uncle. He instructs Wei Wei to get in the car, offering her a ride home. Wei Wei insists there's no need for the ride, declining his offer. The man in black questions Miss Mu about the unfolding situation, seeking clarification. Wei Wei requests a ride, explaining that her uncle's location is on the way to her house. The man in black suggests that Miss Mu might be better off riding with Lu Qi. The young man, smiling, reminds the uncle that his nephew had wine and proposes they drop them off at the Mu's house. A shot of the vibrant city street with cars moving through confidently, underlining the journey. In the back of the car, the young man is depicted eyeing them covetously, reminiscent of a tiger watching its prey. Wei Wei asks if she can play some music in the car, to which the man in black briefly agrees. Seated in the back, the young man finds the song too noisy and suggests changing it, expressing his displeasure. She thinks to herself that the song playing is quite nice, seeming pleasantly lost in the music's embrace. He sits in the car, wondering what they discussed during dinner. The thought lingers silently in the air. The reflection on the car mirror reveals thoughts of a conversation about Miss Mu wanting to break off the engagement with him. Both passengers appear taken aback as the topic of breaking off the engagement is brought up. She insists she's mentioned it many times before. In the car, he questions if she believes he's joking, challenging her stance on the engagement. She confidently claims that her uncle supports her decision about the engagement, leaving the other passengers surprised. His intense question about whether his uncle is getting involved in their relationship echoes, demanding clarification. Her uncle wonders aloud why she would want to break up so suddenly, seeking understanding in her actions. Her uncle advises reflection on whether he did something wrong. Doubt creeps in with the thought that he didn't. Her surprise is palpable as she didn't expect Lu Tingyuan to lecture Lu Qi in this manner. She decides not to call him by a previous nickname since he didn't take Lu Qi's side. He addresses her formally as Miss Mu. Her uncle emphasizes that little quarrels are normal, but acting impulsively is not beneficial. He speaks of the regret that follows giving up on someone important out of anger. Her uncle continues by warning that regret would only deepen later on if she acts impulsively now. Flashbacks arise of the young master being rescued and instructed to be taken to the ambulance quickly, while a little girl's condition is also in concern. A man expresses his intent to take the injured girl to the hospital with him, ensuring her care. Abruptly, she recalls a vivid memory and questions its relevance to the current situation. Her uncle hopes she will consider the situation calmly, offering a gentle reminder to weigh her decision. He assures her that her choice to break off the engagement will be respected if that is her final decision. It strikes her that he might know about her past, which makes sense considering he's from the Lu family. Contemplating her past relationship with Lu Qi, she feels he no longer holds the position of someone she wants to protect. He alerts his uncle that the phone is ringing while driving, but it's inconvenient to answer. She suggests it might be an emergency and offers to grab his phone, leaning forward to help. Her uncle sharply declines her offer, preferring to manage without help. Her hand fumbles around and she exclaims that she has found something, curiosity evident in her expression. Confusion overtakes her as she wonders why she can't take the phone out. He reveals that the phone is in the other pocket, clarifying the misunderstanding. Her mind races as she realizes what she might be touching instead of the phone. In the tense atmosphere of a car, Lu Qi voices his frustration over Wei Wei's distracting behavior, especially when his uncle is trying to concentrate on driving, causing her to blush and apologize for her actions. The mood inside the vehicle turns awkward as Wei Wei, Lu Qi, and his uncle are enveloped in uncomfortable silence, depicted humorously by exaggerated visuals of unease. Wei Wei is caught up in her thoughts, questioning her reflexive actions, wondering what she just did, and feeling perplexed about the situation. As they arrive at their destination, Wei Wei expresses her gratitude to Lu Qi's uncle for driving her back, advising him to be cautious on his return journey. Lu Qi questions why Wei Wei is still looking in the direction of his uncle, seemingly causing him concern or suspicion about her intentions. Noticing Wei Wei's sociable demeanor, Lu Qi is taken aback, asking if this is truly her first encounter with his uncle, hinting at his doubts. Wei Wei insists that Lu Qi release her as she expresses her desire to return home, making it clear that she wishes to leave. Lu Qi inquires if Wei Wei is upset with him, suspecting that she might be treating him this way on purpose, possibly due to a misunderstanding. Lu Qi wonders if Wei Wei is acting out of jealousy over Ye, explaining that he owes Ye his life, and therefore cares more for her. Wei Wei questions Lu Qi's statement about owing Ye his life, her curiosity piqued by his unexpected confession. Lu Qi explains that a childhood incident involving a fire nearly took his life, and Ye endangered herself to save him. With confusion, Wei Wei asserts it was she who saved Lu Qi back then, demanding to know what he truly believes happened. As Lu Qi clasps Wei Wei's hand, he reveals his intention to marry her after helping Ye, addressing his debt repayment. Lu Qi stresses Ye's fragile nature and his concerns about her well-being in prison, emphasizing the need to protect her. Wei Wei's inner thoughts reveal her realization that Lu Qi always believed Ye was his savior, not Wei Wei herself. Wei Wei understands Lu Qi's endless care for Ye stems from him, mistakenly attributing his rescue to her. Encouraging trust, Lu Qi reassures Wei Wei of their future happiness together, trying to persuade her with promises. Abruptly, Wei Wei calls Lu Qi a hypocrite with a resolute declaration, expressing her true emotions. Shocked, Lu Qi finds himself questioning Wei Wei's actions after being called out, showing his confusion and disbelief. Wei Wei reflects on past disappointments, remembering Lu Qi's broken promises and the impact on her life. She internalizes her lesson about love, understanding that true affection doesn't cause suffering to the loved one. Firmly, Wei Wei tells Lu Qi she'll cancel the engagement, separating herself from his affairs with Lin Yu. Determined, Wei Wei resolves not to be involved with Lu Qi anymore, wishing him happiness with Lin Yu. Agitated, Lu Qi questions why Wei Wei can't appreciate his honesty and efforts to be with her. In the darkened sky, Lu Qi's voice rings out, warning Wei Wei that she would regret her decision to walk away. Hearing a commotion outside, Wei Wei is confused by the noise, overhearing demands for an explanation below. A man commands Wei Wei's aunt, Aunt Lin, to stop, highlighting the tension and conflict brewing within the situation. A confrontation arises as a man warns the intruders about the illegality of trespassing, threatening to involve the police. Boldly, another man refutes the threat, arguing that Wei Wei's father tried to escape responsibility after an incident involving his daughter. Faced with the accusation, a man questions Ye about hitting someone with her car, leaving her in shock and defensive. Ye, appearing conflicted, softly denies the allegation, insisting that she didn't commit the act everyone accuses her of. A cunning figure asserts Ye's innocence, suggesting someone else committed the act, while others still point fingers at her. A surprising revelation strikes as a person incredulously realizes it's Wei Wei carrot. Wei Wei confidently questions the repeated accusation against her, demanding to see tangible proof carrot. Another character insists Wei Wei must review the evidence carefully, showing something on a phone carrot. The phone screen displays an image of someone in a car, implying it must be her driving carrot. A further accusation lands with certainty, backed by what they claim is indisputable evidence carrot. The gravity of the accusation hits hard with disbelief, as they question why Wei Wei would blame Ye carrot. Wei Wei looks bewildered, processing the implications of this incriminating photo carrot. Ye appears tearful, confessing they can't maintain the charade any longer, expressing regret carrot. The father urges Ye to speak truthfully about the accident, suspecting manipulation by Wei Wei carrot. Angrily, the father accuses Wei Wei of wrongdoing and threatening her younger sister, demanding answers carrot. Wei Wei, deep in thought, recalls her past life where she took the blame for a serious incident that led to severe consequences carrot. Memories flood back of her imprisonment, noting that such photo evidence was absent during the trial carrot. Clarity strikes as Wei Wei remembers Lin Yu's involvement yet wonders about the emergence of this false photo now. Confusing thoughts swirl in Wei Wei's mind, questioning why the accusations persist against her. A query arises about why Mu Siwei failed to refute the accusations immediately in Wei Wei's mind. Wei Wei ponders why Mu Siwei remains composed and if there's something she's observing that others missed. Doubts linger about what actions Mu Siwei could take, even if she noticed anything significant. Determination fuels the statement about the abundance of evidence, challenging the denial of the truth. Wei Wei confronts the situation directly, questioning if their intent is legal action against her. A character jeers at the idea of backing down, only to be humorously restrained by a companion. The visitor clarifies their intentions to resolve the issue amicably, offering a solution to minimize the problem. An explanation follows about negotiating on behalf of Mr. Zhang, currently hospitalized because of the accident. They propose Wei Wei pays compensation to prevent escalation of the issue, highlighting legal risks. Wei Wei seeks clarification on the amount of compensation required, maintaining a pragmatic stance. The negotiator reveals the demanded compensation sum, implying it's reasonable. Wei Wei, with a bemused nod, suggests she's got merely a small amount available, contrasting the demand. Her offer shocks them, accusing her of demeaning them by treating them like beggars. Wei Wei stands firm, asserting she wasn't responsible for the accident, questioning the rationale behind paying. Nearby, a listener quietly observes, pondering the ease of exploiting the situation with a manipulated photo. Surprise spreads as another character reacts to the mention of a fake photo, questioning its authenticity. The accuser insists on the solidity of their evidence, warning against denial and highlighting potential consequences. Wei Wei remains unshaken, inviting them to pursue legal action, confident in her own proof of innocence. The challenge disturbs her opponent, visibly shocked by her formidable stance. A blend of confusion and frustration hits the group as they witness the unexpected turn of events. Doubt seeps in about the legitimacy of Wei Wei's claimed evidence, questioning her preparation. Suspicion grows among them, addressing Lin Yu directly, questioning their manipulation. The girl comments that the people confronting them are making baseless accusations to instill fear, knowing that Mu Siwei lacks any evidence against them. A man asks Wei Wei if she truly hit someone, confronting her with a serious expression. Wei Wei replies calmly, denying that she ever hit anyone. Wei Wei worries about past manipulations by Lin Yu, concerned about losing her father's trust again. Her father intervenes, assuring that Wei Wei didn't hit anyone and instructs the others to leave it to him to handle the situation. The father commands the intruders to exit his house immediately or he will resort to calling the police. While a young man's voice adds, "Dad?" Another man, surprised by the threat of police involvement, questions if calling the police is truly the right step. The man warns Mr. Mu not to dismiss their offer lightly since they are providing him an opportunity to resolve the matter without escalation. The man explains that if Wei Wei hit someone, she could face severe legal consequences, emphasizing that even dropping charges wouldn't prevent prosecution. Mr. Mu contemplates on whether they have credible evidence or eyewitnesses, realizing that the group seems well prepared. Wei Wei internally strategizes, considering whether threats could hold any weight against them, and decides to call Aunt Lu to contact the police. The leader in red is taken aback by the mention of police involvement, questioning the seriousness of her intent. Wei Wei confidently asserts that she was falsely accused, warning others of the risks of making baseless accusations, which could also result in imprisonment for the accusers. The man in red, standing firm, advises them to cut their losses and avoid further conflict over him. Wei Wei tells the accusers to search for the true offender instead of unjustly seeking redress from them. Another girl with pink hair threatens to call the police if they do not leave immediately. The pink-haired girl sternly tells the intruders to leave without hesitation. The man in glasses silently frowns, feeling the weight of their hostile departure while one tries to respond. He tells his companion to drop the argument, assessing the situation before advising him not to act impulsively. As they depart, one of them decisively tells the group to leave, signaling an end to the confrontation. A woman, distressed by the sequence of events, is comforted by another who urges her to stay calm. The father reassures Wei Wei, promising to stand by her and find legal assistance to navigate this predicament. Wei Wei appreciates her father's support but expresses her ability to resolve the matter independently, agreeing to seek their help only if necessary. As she sits with friends, Wei Wei reflects on being wrongly accused by Lin Yu of striking someone, though she knows it was Lin Yu who committed the act. She puzzles over why Lin Yu had previously demanded that she take responsibility for Lin Yu's actions. Wei Wei concludes that they must delve further into this case to uncover the truth behind the incident. Outside, one of the departing men speculates that Lin Yu is manipulating them, recalling her words about shifting the blame to her sister for monetary gain. A rooftop is highlighted where confusion and regret linger over an unintentional incident, as someone didn't mean to cause harm. The scene reveals a distraught adopted daughter confessing her fears of being unable to financially satisfy demands, given her status. Yet, despite acknowledging her status, she assures her willingness to gather funds to compensate if it protects her family's reputation. Subsequently, a message reveals that Mu Siwei is uninformed about the ongoing plot against her, leaving her vulnerable without evidence. A tacit threat emerges, ensuring deceit will not go unpunished while expecting guaranteed financial gains. Another message laments the failure of associates to capture incriminating evidence against Mu Siwei, which could have forced her into confessing. The girl with pink hair devises a plan to incriminate Mu Siwei further, promising financial rewards despite previous failures. As they leave, one of the men expresses frustration over another's injuries during inaccurate attempts to extort money previously. It's discussed that Lin Yu's actions caused significant damage, leaving someone severely injured and disabled, while casting doubt on gaining sympathy. The departing group, anticipating future gains, is secretly photographed, suggesting ongoing surveillance of their scheming activities. In a parked car, Detective Luo ponders about the people who seem like street thugs from East City and wonders what they are doing at Mu Siwei's house. Luo receives a phone call while seated in his car. The caller asks if it's him and offers a commission for an investigation if he's interested. Luo inquires if they can discuss the details in person before making a decision, as he needs more information for confirmation. He notes business has been slow but mentions a new client has just appeared. He asks for the name of the person calling, who reveals she's Ms. Mu and wishes to hire him to investigate some individuals. Ms. Mu presents an envelope to Luo, stating that it contains photos of the people she wants him to investigate. Luo wonders why she has become a new client, as Ms. Mu explains she needs to know the identities, job information, recent activities, and associations of certain people. Luo realizes that Ms. Mu's big client wants him to spy on the same individuals. Ms. Mu questions if there is an issue. Luo assures her that despite the photos being from surveillance, they are clear enough to see the faces, and he will get back to her. Luo laughs as he apologizes, explaining that detectives must protect the client's information and mentions someone already commissioned him to investigate her. Ms. Mu emphasizes that cost is not a concern and requests detailed investigation of their activities over the past week. Luo assures her he will do his utmost to complete the task, but considers notifying the big client first. Luo takes his leave, planning to contact her later after completing his investigation. Ms. Mu reflects on her mother and questions why she hasn't gone for regular checkups despite being advised to. Ms. Mu's mother insists her health is fine, but Ms. Mu urges her to monitor her indicators, fearing sudden illness. Ms. Mu reminisces about her past life, where her mother overworked, ignoring her COPD, eventually leading to hospitalization. Ms. Mu recalls her mother donating a kidney, but her efforts couldn't prevent her eventual death from respiratory failure. Determined, Ms. Mu resolves to protect her mother this time as she urgently calls her. With a firm resolve, Ms. Mu vows not to let anything happen to her mother again in this life. Luo enters another car where a man inside instructs him to get in. The man inquires about Luo's findings as a hand passes an envelope to him. Luo updates the man about Ms. Mu's approach and the subjects she wants investigated, mentioning they are street thugs. The man contemplates whether Ms. Mu is better suited to handle fraudsters as he reflects on his association with her. Luo admits he hasn't had the chance to investigate due to an existing commission to investigate Ms. Mu. Closing the update, Luo informs the man everything he knows so far, addressing him as boss. Luo pleads against being terminated, stating he'll take the files along since the commission can't just end. The man permits Luo to take the files, stating he has backups, portraying a casual demeanor. Luo questions Mr. Lu about how he should handle Ms. Mu's commission, noting Lu's demeanor might imply a willingness to assist her. Mr. Lu asks Luo if he is free, suggesting potential involvement. Startled, Luo quickly assures Mr. Lu that he will follow his instructions, indicating compliance. Mr. Lu tells Luo to help Ms. Mu and check for any additional problems she might have. Mr. Lu instructs Luo to update him on any developments, emphasizing the importance of staying informed. Luo ponders how Mr. Lu's directions fluctuate from annoyance to assistance regarding Ms. Mu, finding it hard to gauge his intentions. Scratching his head, Luo wonders why Mr. Lu wants details about Ms. Mu's connections, especially given her situation. Questioning his actions, Luo realizes his task is to investigate Mu's potential collusion related to the Lu family shares. Luo questions the significance of the dispute between Ms. Mu and the thugs, seeing it as tangential. He concludes the investigation is tied to suspicions around fraud and the family shares since these issues threaten the Lu family's affairs. As Luo drives away, he reflects that his actions are ultimately for the Lu family's benefit, showing the city's bustling nightlife. The setting is outside a hospital, with the respiratory department consultation room being highlighted, where an early discovery of a condition brings some relief. Inside the consultation room, a doctor informs the patients that COPD, if not treated early, can greatly affect quality of life and lifespan. A male character, concerned, asks if the situation is that serious and inquires if his mom needs to be hospitalized. The doctor reassures them that it's not that serious, suggesting medication and regular checkups. A sign of relief is shown as they express gratitude that it's not too late. The young woman expresses gratitude to Wei Wei for urging her to come for a checkup, acknowledging its importance. She admits that without Wei Wei's insistence, she wouldn't have realized how serious her condition was. Acknowledgement of having a good daughter compared to another who just plays all day. The male character feels reassured, appreciating that Wei Wei is indeed a good daughter. Internally, the woman doubts herself, feeling she is not a good daughter. She reflects on her past foolishness, blaming herself for bringing trouble to her parents. A memory surfaces of a tragic result from her actions, leaving her with regret. The male character notices Wei Wei's tears and asks why she's crying, showing concern. Wei Wei, overwhelmed with emotion, admits she's afraid something will happen to her. Reassuring her, the male character reminds her the doctor said there's nothing major to worry about, trying to calm her fears. Wei Wei confesses feeling guilty for neglecting her mother too much, tears streaming down her face. The male character, mixing feelings of care and jest, tells her she'll make her favorite dish when they get home. Wei Wei tells her mom to rest while she goes to get the medicine. Her mom agrees with a simple acknowledgement. Wei Wei inwardly vows this time not to let Lin Yu hurt her parents again. She walks toward the elevator, deep in thought as a voice calls out to her, breaking her concentration. Responding dismissively, Wei Wei states she still needs to get the medicine and has no time for others. Frustrated, she wonders why she runs into these two here, thinking it's bad luck. A pink-haired girl expresses she only wanted to ask why Wei Wei came to the hospital and feels wronged. She feels uncomfortable seeing him now, thinking he seems quite displeased with her. Wei Wei believes that Lin Yu often uses such low-level tactics and finds it frustrating. The pink-haired girl expresses concern for Wei Wei's health, trying to explain her intentions, while Qi observes cautiously. Qi advises Wei Wei that if she's unwell, she should see a doctor and take medicine. He questions if she thinks crying will help and suggests she's acting like a child. Wei Wei retorts it's none of Qi's business and tells him to focus on Yaya. dismissing his concern. Chi, feeling puzzled, explains Yaya wasn't feeling well, so he came to accompany her. He questions why Weiwei didn't call for support. Internally, resentment grows in Yaya as she wishes harm on Weiwei, fueled by jealousy. Weiwei faces Lu, reminding him that they clarified things the other night, showing resolve. A flashback reveals a tense encounter involving Weiwei and Qi, reopening old wounds. Qi internally questions Weiwei's cold demeanor and ponders her apparent indifference. He expresses anguish, calling out Mu Siwei's name, reflecting personal turmoil. Qi desperately admits to still having the ring, hoping for reconciliation. Making a bold offer, Qi states he's willing to forgive everything if Mu Siwei returns to him, shocking those around. Yaya, shocked by the revelation, wonders if Qi gave Weiwei a ring, feeling shaken. Linyu questions the group, suggesting they had been deceived by her actions, hinting at a trick she might have played. The female character is surprised, thinking about Linyu and questioning her intentions. She wonders why Linyu is separately making a call, suspecting something secretive. Another character blames the person for getting scared by a police threat, feeling betrayed. Linyu reflects on giving multiple opportunities, feeling frustrated by the accusation and shifting blame. On a phone call, Linyu explains a condition related to money and someone she refers to derogatorily. The female character tries to understand if the police call refers to an event from the previous day, showing concern. She ponders if Linyu is associating with people who had caused her harassment, interrupted by an incoming call from someone significant. Linyu acknowledges the need to continue their collaboration, recognizing the importance of not abandoning plans. She ends the call hurriedly due to another incoming call. Exiting a restroom, Linyu answers a call, casually mentioning her location to Brother Qi. Linyu is informed about someone's mother, prompting her to agree to join them immediately. The female character recalls previous harassment incidents, pondering the timeline and suspecting Lin Yu's involvement. She concludes that Lin Yu had plotted against her with others, feeling trapped and betrayed. Overwhelmed with emotion, she struggles to understand Lin Yu's malice despite no wrongdoing on her part. She considers the pain of her past life's imprisonment, feeling that Lin Yu should experience the same suffering. A group discusses the mother's health, with one character offering to cook a special soup for her immediate recovery. Another member invites Xiao Qi to stay for dinner, noting the absence of his uncle. Xiao Qi expresses concern for the aunt's well-being, suggesting they dine out to relieve her of cooking. The aunt comforts them, indicating that medical advice assures her recovery with some rest. A family member promises to make a favorite meal, encouraging the other to enjoy the meal warmly. The young woman agrees quietly, mentioning she will prepare herself upstairs before helping. As she passes by, the male character calls out to Wei, trying to capture her attention. Wei dismisses him curtly, indicating a lack of interest in continuing their conversation, despite his persistence. Linyu discusses with her mother about an argument between the sister and Brother Qi, offering to intervene for clarification. Acting decisively, Linyu resolves not to allow misunderstandings, even if it means confronting directly, but is momentarily held back. The mother addresses Linyu, drawing her attention and subtly intervening in her intent to act impulsively. She explains that the sister's mood might be affected, suggesting that young couples argue and should resolve issues independently. The mother enlists Yaya's help with meal preparation, indirectly involving her in a family activity. Despite appearances of kindness, doubts linger about genuine alliances within the family. The internal thought warns about consequences of potential loss, highlighting hidden animosity toward Weiwei. In a spirited confrontation, Weiwei demands an end to Lu Qi's actions, indicating growing tensions. A sudden exclamation of regret or realization interrupts, marking a shift in tone. Weiwei questions her senses, surprised by what she has just heard in the heated moment. Lu admits his fault, seeking acknowledgement, though his tone suggests underlying frustration. Lu insists on a resolution, expressing determination to solidify their future together, hinting at immediate marriage plans. The woman accuses the man of marrying her just to replace Lin Yu in jail, questioning his motives. The man insists she doesn't have to go to jail, as he claimed it was his fault, expressing regret over the situation. He gently nudges her back, to which she simply responds with agreement. Another man, surprised, addresses Lu Qi, asserting that solving Lin Yu's problem is his responsibility. She declares that their engagement has to be terminated, as it doesn't relate to the current issues. Lu Qi is taken aback and asks her to repeat herself. She reiterates her desire to end the engagement and questions if he thinks it's due to taking up Lin Yu's place in jail, dismissing his assumptions. She clarifies that her reason for breaking off the engagement is because she no longer wants anything to do with him. Lu Qi, surprised, softly calls out to Wei Wei. Another character tells Brother Qi over the phone about seeing his sister comfortably with a man in the hospital. She continues, mentioning their overnight stay in the ward together, leaving the nature of their relationship ambiguous. In response to all the accusations, he tells her to believe whatever she prefers. He tightly grabs her arm, calling her by name, Mu Siwei. He accuses her of being intimate with the man she met at the hospital, questioning her morals. She dismisses his concerns, stating her associations are none of his business. He provokes her by questioning if the other man is better in bed, asking if she wants him instead. As she considers his words, she prepares to respond. With determination, she tells him to immediately terminate their engagement. He questions if she is eager to be with the other man. She affirms that as long as it isn't him, she could be with anyone. With finality, she tells him to leave. He wonders what he's lacking compared to the other man. He questions if she was manipulated into choosing the man over their relationship, spanning over 20 years. He cynically reflects on the duration of their relationship. He muses that experiencing the pain she caused shattered any illusions of an unbreakable bond. In anger, she forcefully tells him to leave, causing him to stagger. A girl calls out to Brother Qi as he stumbles. She questions how her sister could treat Brother Qi that way. Wei Wei, agitated, questions the girl's presence there. The girl explains that she heard loud noises and came to check. She observes Wei Wei seems angrier at Brother Qi. The girl notices something wrong with Brother Qi's face, showing concern. The girl offers to help Brother Qi, but he tells Yaya to leave, as there are still matters to resolve. As they leave together, Yaya reflects on her sister's harshness. Yaya again offers to get an ice pack for Brother Qi, but he declines. Brother Qi tells Yaya to inform Auntie he must leave but will return to apologize another day. A sinister satisfaction is shown, revealing that Mu Siwei's performance was satisfactory. Dark intentions suggest if she tries harder, it might make Qi hate her completely and leave her. A hurried man enters the room, greeted by a woman seated with a cup. She asks why he has returned so soon, noting he was expected at the Mu family dinner. The man expresses fatigue and his intention to rest first. The woman calls out, urging him to wait. She inquires about the marks on his face, questioning if Mu Siwei is responsible. He dismisses her concern, assuring her it's nothing, while she questions if Mu Siwei is still causing trouble over the engagement. The woman, expressing anger, speaks about how fortunate Mu Siwei is to be in their family, criticizing her for breaking the engagement and daring to hit him. The man defends Mu Siwei, insisting it's not her fault and asking not to blame her. The woman remains silent, seemingly processing the information. She criticizes him for defending Mu Siwei, pointing out his supposed pathetic situation after being hit. She questions his future as the heir of the Lu family. He dismisses the idea of being an heir, reminding her that his uncle is still in his prime and unlikely to relinquish power easily. The man mentions that it seems like his uncle is also agreeing to break off the engagement. She, shocked, questions if Lu Tingyuan has agreed to this. She speculates that Lu Tingyuan might be behind Mu Siwei's withdrawal from the marriage, suspecting his goal is her 10% share. He questions if Mu Siwei was deceived by his uncle. He notes, however, that his uncle seems not to have met Wei Wei, as he recently returned to the country. He doubts his uncle's involvement, believing he isn't that kind of person. The woman, in disbelief, reminds him of Lu Ting Yuan's reputation as a murderer. The woman forcefully reminds him not to forget how his father died. He argues that they have already investigated and found no connection to his uncle. The woman reveals that his father was the eldest son, questioning why Lu Ting Yuan holds the group. He repeats his need to rest. As he heads upstairs, she insists he investigate tomorrow to see if Lu Ting Yuan is colluding with Mu Siwei. Alone, she curses Lu Ting Yuan, infuriated by the situation. The woman vows to regain control of the Lu group, determined to take back what was lost. In another setting, Wei Wei is advised to apologize to Lu Qi later, as arguments happen but should not lead to violence. It's mentioned that Brother Qi's face was swollen from being hit the previous day. Someone worries that Brother Qi might not easily forgive, hinting that it's what the other person desires if he does not. The girl calls attention to her sister's behavior, anxious about how Auntie Sheng might react and its effect on family ties. A warning is given to Wei Wei to avoid being so sarcastic, highlighting a need for maturity. The woman advises talking properly to Lu Qi and apologizing, reinforcing the importance of communication. She agrees to speak with him, acknowledging the conversation as necessary. She has plans to meet with a detective today to ensure investigations are carried out on Lin Yu. A man, speaking to himself, explains his dread of dealing with emotionally unstable clients. He makes a phone call, urgently asking where the other person has gone. He finds the situation exaggerated, assuring it's only a matter of infidelity and encouraging an end to silence. A text advises against any drastic actions, suggesting instead to kick the cheating husband out. Frustrated, he notes the call is not being answered. Meanwhile, he informs Miss Mu that he might be late for their appointment. Miss Mu reassures him through her call, stating she has just arrived at the meeting place. As she crosses the street, someone urgently warns her to be careful. She realizes too late that she has stepped onto the road during a red light. A woman demands to know why another woman, who looks distressed, ignored a red light. She questions her sanity while the distressed woman sobs, wondering why she was saved. The distressed woman pleads to be left alone, expressing a wish to die. Observing the situation, a male bystander wonders if the distressed woman is attempting to commit suicide and implores the ancestors to intervene. A man approaches the bench where the two women sit, expressing gratitude for the intervention that saved the distressed woman. The man inquires if the two women know each other. The first woman states that the distressed woman is also her client. The man asks the distressed woman if risking her life for someone else is truly worth it. The distressed woman recounts being in a relationship for 6 years, giving everything to him, only to be cheated on and asked for a divorce. The first woman warns the distressed woman that her death would not sadden the man who left her. It would simply ease his path to getting rid of her. The distressed woman questions how the first woman can understand her emotions. She recalls being with the man during tough times, despite parental objections, and fondly remembers sharing instant noodles. The distressed woman remembers his promises made during difficult times and how she stood by him through thick and thin. With bitterness, she recalls how now that life is better, he is abandoning her for a younger woman. The first woman sympathizes, expressing understanding, and reveals she knows a friend who experienced a similar betrayal. She explains that her friend grew up with her husband, differing from the adult relationship of the distressed woman. The distressed woman wonders if childhood sweethearts are also capable of betrayal. The first woman reflects on how everyone thought her friend and her husband would face life together happily, as she herself believed he was her partner for life. Unfortunately, that wasn't the reality. The distressed woman's friend invested deeply in their relationship, but his heart belonged to someone else. She remembers braving the rain to deliver lunch to him, unaware his heart was with another woman. Willing to go to jail for that man, she still followed his every whim. Observing others' reactions, it seems ridiculous. Fulfilling such man's needs seems unbelievable. The first woman agrees, finding the actions foolish. Then, she questions the choice of attempting suicide over such a worthless man. The distressed woman decides not to go to jail for the mistress but rather face him directly to settle things. Curious about the outcome, the distressed woman asks if the friend eventually severed ties with the man. Surprisingly, the first woman reveals her friend chose to marry him despite the mistreatment because she believed in love. Her friend believed that loving him enough would bring a change in him. Tragically, her friend paid a heavy price, ending up with broken dreams and nowhere left to turn. The man quietly observes the conversation, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. The distressed woman questions how her friend's childhood sweetheart could be so cruel. Reflecting, the first woman notes the outcome wasn't solely his fault. Perhaps clear thinking would have altered the reality. She emphasizes the significance of choices, asserting that every decision affects one's path. A philosophical thought surfaces, quoting Balmont, "The purpose is to see the sun," symbolizing a pursuit for a brighter life. Everyone deserves the pursuit of happiness. The first woman muses on a sunny bench. She tells the distressed woman that despite past mistakes, there's an opportunity to start fresh. The man concurs, pointing out that suicide would only benefit the unfaithful man and his mistress, questioning if that's what she desires. With enthusiasm, he promises support in collecting evidence of infidelity and offers to introduce a top divorce lawyer who will ensure a favorable outcome for her. Later, the man thanks the first woman, impressed by her comforting skills. She reflects that true comfort lies in encouraging the distressed woman to face her problems with determination. The man ponders the resemblance of the story to something he has been investigating, regarding the first woman's friend. The first woman approaches him with a request for further assistance on a personal matter involving her sister. From the high-rise window, a man queries about the findings related to the person she mentioned, standing alone and observing the city view below. The man, holding a document and on his phone, reviews that despite checking all her classmates and relatives, the search yielded no results. He notes her closeness to the woman in question. He continues, pondering how she could empathize so deeply. Yet, over the years, she hasn't contacted anyone in prison, which he finds quite peculiar, as he studies the paper in his hand. A phone chimes with a message, revealing the sender's decision to end the engagement with Lu Qi and a request to meet for further discussion. The narrative shifts to the next day, presenting a tall building under a bright, cloud-filled sky. Inside, a man sitting with a paper in hand instructs someone to let an individual enter the room. Seated across a table with 2 cups placed, Mu Siwei requests assistance from her uncle, hoping he can facilitate the smooth termination of her engagement with Lu Qi. The man, sipping from his cup, asks Mu Siwei if she's thought her decision over, to which she confirms that she has. Understanding her position, he nods and asks her to name her price for breaking off the engagement. Internally, he wonders if she truly understands the value of the shares, contemplating how best to test her knowledge. She, however, seems puzzled by his cryptic words. The man states that Lu Group is prepared to acquire the assets under her name, catching her completely off guard. Confused, Mu Siwei responds, explaining that she doesn't possess any assets under her name and questions what he is implying. The man offers a sum of 100 million, presenting it calmly from his chair. Yet, for the man, this offer is less than the actual worth of her shares. He assumes that if shares are her reason for wanting out, she will likely refuse. Mu Siwei, surprised by the offer, light-heartedly questions if her uncle is joking, asserting that she isn't worth such an amount. Embarrassed by her own words, she considers what she just said and is left flustered. Her uncle gently reassures her not to undervalue herself, offering a light-hearted laugh. Suddenly, 2 individuals enter, announcing urgently that young Master Lu insists on seeing Mr. Lu, causing a stir. One of them grips Mu Siwei's arm, telling her to stop causing a scene and to follow him. While holding on to her, Xiao Qi explains to Mr. Lu that he is in the middle of discussions with Mu Siwei. Apologizing, Xiao Qi insists to his uncle that he and Mu Siwei can resolve these matters independently and suggests they leave together. Despite Mu Siwei's protest, Xiao Qi declares it an opportune moment to break their engagement, right in front of his uncle. Firmly addressing Mu Siwei, Xiao-Qi insists she needs to know when to stop, his expression intense. Surprised, Xiao-Qi looks at his uncle and questions him, searching for a response. Mr. Lu releases his grip and tells Xiao-Qi that he is the one who needs to stop, criticizing his treatment of Mu Siwei. Xiao-Qi retorts, hinting at things his uncle doesn't know about, his expression stubborn. Mr. Lu, unfazed, states that despite lacking full knowledge, Xiao-Qi's attitude explains Mu Siwei's desire to break off the engagement. Determined, Xiao-Qi declares resolutely that he will never terminate his engagement with Mu Siwei, his resolve evident. A man questions the situation, asking why things have happened as they did. The man in a suit responds, saying it is because he likes her. There's a scoff in the background, indicating disbelief or mockery. A woman questions the man sarcastically, wondering if his actions are his way of showing affection. She states that she can't accept that kind of treatment from him, pointing out how he's only hurt her. The man is shocked and accuses her of being involved with another man. A different man reflects on the accusation, suggesting he might be the man in question, and expresses disbelief about the engagement now. The woman admits she can pretend those events never occurred. The man, wearing a suit, acknowledges his mistakes and offers to improve his attitude, asking her to stop making a scene. The woman appreciates his tolerance but declares she doesn't care about his opinion. She hopes fervently never to see him again. The man protests, arguing about her involvement with another man from the hospital, questioning her decisions. Annoyed, the man mentions her insistence on ending the engagement because of her time spent with someone else at the hospital. The woman reflects on the situation, wondering if the hospital is linked to a particular day. A man contemplates why she didn't offer an explanation, figuring out that he is the wild man from the hospital. The man recalls meeting the woman when she was robbed, explaining he took her to the hospital and stayed nearby. Another man hesitantly brings up that he has heard something from Yaya. The man calls out to Weiwei as she walks away, trying to get her attention. Weiwei decides to leave, telling her uncle she's done, while the other man insists on discussing things with his sister-in-law. The man follows Weiwei, still confused, asking why she didn't explain things earlier. He asks his uncle if he really wants Weiwei to leave him, questioning if he would force her to stay. The man wants to know why his uncle always sides with outsiders. The uncle claims he's doing it for the man's own good, warning him of the damage to his reputation caused by his indecision between two sisters. The uncle reveals Weiwei saved the man's life during a house fire years ago, catching the man by surprise. The man recalls being trapped and saved by someone during a fire, realizing only now that it was Weiwei who helped him. The uncle emphasizes that it was Mu Weiwei, not her sister, who risked her life to save him. The man is in disbelief, questioning how that's possible as he distinctly remembers it being someone else. He recalls hazily, perhaps acknowledging the truth that it was Weiwei who rescued him from the flames. The uncle advises the man to reflect on his actions. Deep in thought, the man considers how he's driven away a girl willing to sacrifice everything for him. A flashback shows the man's relationship with an older sister who blamed him for being too close to Brother Qi. Weiwei argues she won't interfere with his true love, insisting on canceling the engagement despite his wishes. The man expresses concern about his sister's treatment of him around Brother Qi, feeling wronged. Slightly, a chuckle escapes the man as he comes to a realization. He finally understands that Weiwei truly likes him. He reflects, realizing Weiwei wanted him to be with Linyu, suspecting her jealousy of his treatment of Lin. The man blames Linyu for deceiving him and feels determined to address it. He resolves that once he handles the situation with Linyu, Weiwei will definitely return to him. Mu Siwei is told that there's nothing to be upset about. A reminder comes through the phone. Didn't she already know that the guy she once deeply loved was just a selfish and arrogant jerk? The name Lu Tingyuan is mentioned. Miss Mu is reminded of their previous conversation for which she hasn't given a clear answer yet. She seems confused about what conversation the person is referring to. A mention of 100 million catches her off guard. She's left wondering why this topic got brought up again and questions if it's serious. Miss Mu pleads with Mr. Lu to stop joking, assuring him there's no need for such a large amount, even if it's for a breakup fee. She's internally grappling with the idea of being offered so much money, admitting she wouldn't dare to accept it. Mr. Liu insists there's a misunderstanding, something they can't discuss over the phone. He suggests having dinner together at 7 to discuss it in detail, and marks it as settled. She's taken aback as Liu abruptly ends the call without acknowledging her response. Realizing the situation, Miss Mu stares at her phone, acknowledging that he hung up on her. Meanwhile, a car speeds away. A conversation begins with the question of why Brother Chi suddenly wanted to ask her out. Brother Chi states he has something important to ask Yaya. Yaya is startled, noting that Brother Chi's expression seems frightening. Brother Chi explains his disdain for lies, which is something he hates the most. Yaya seems confused, asking Brother Chi to clarify his words. She's puzzled about his intense gaze and wonders why he accused her of lying about saving him during a childhood fire. When the realization that Chi has discovered the truth dawns on her, Yaya is left speechless. Yaya pleads with Brother Chi, expressing her fear and asking him not to press further. Brother Chi gets frustrated, instructing Yaya to stop crying and communicate clearly. Through her tears, Yaya insists she never claimed to have saved Brother Chi. She recounts visiting him in the hospital out of concern after hearing he was injured, reflecting on the fear she felt. The memory of her name, Yaya, echoes softly. A gratitude resonates for Yaya saving him, potentially thought by an unseen character. There's an expression of profound thankfulness to Yaya. She's described as a savior, with promises of granting any of her future wishes. The shared moment of holding hands left a lasting happiness. Yaya tries to explain that her mind was spinning, unable to articulate words during the incident. Brother Chi questions why she hadn't mentioned any of this sooner. He recalls her insistence on not bringing up the past, claiming it was not a debt owed. Yaya stammers, attempting to justify her silence. Apologizing, Yaya admits her deep feelings for Brother Chi. She reveals being too scared to express the truth earlier, fearing his anger and potential rejection once he found out. Chi accuses her of making him believe she saved him for selfish reasons, which led Weiwei to misunderstand and consider breaking off their engagement. Yaya pleads with Brother Chi not to be angry, admitting her mistakes and seeking his forgiveness. He tells her to rectify the situation on her own and insists she explain everything to his sister, Weiwei, even if it means kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Yaya reacts with shock and disbelief at the suggestion that she should kneel to apologize. A girl, deep in thought, expresses her hesitation, pondering whether explaining to someone now would even make a difference. A young man reveals to the girl that her sister may never return to her. In surprise, the girl questions him, and he reveals that her sister already has feelings for someone else, showing a photo as proof. The girl reflects on Brother Chi's apparent distress while considering the authenticity of a photo taken by a hospital nurse. She tells Brother Chi about the man she had mentioned before, emphasizing his importance as someone touches another's hand. Silently, the girl believes that Brother Chi shouldn't continue defending someone, as the man in question had reserved a VIP ward for her sister, where they spent the night. Brother Chi questions Lin Yu about her motives for showing him the photo instead of apologizing as he had asked, implying a betrayal by Weiwei. Lin Yu insists Brother Chi should know the truth, suggesting that his sister may not be as innocent as he believes. A flashback begins with a man recounting his encounter with Miss Mu, whom he helped after she was robbed while on his way to Brother Chi's house. With skepticism, the young man questions the truth of the story sarcastically and wonders if he should be grateful for the help. Brother Chi demands that Lin Yu confess to him, giving her a last chance to reveal her deception to Weiwei. Warning Lin Yu, Brother Chi refuses to let her ruin his relationship with Weiwei any longer. He feels manipulated. Lin Yu, defending herself, pleads that her actions were meant to protect Brother Chi from being deceived. Brother Chi questions Lin Yu's audacity in speaking to him, challenging what gave her the confidence to act this way. Frustrated, the young man questions if she thinks he's foolish, pointing out her selfish motives. Brother Chi declares his impatience with Lin Yu has run out, leaving her anxious. As Brother Chi walks away, Lin Yu chases after him, admitting she was wrong and pleading for him to stop. Desperately, Lin Yu continues to plead, insisting she knows her mistake and begs him not to leave. In response, Brother Chi demands Lin Yu let go and tells her to get away from him. Lin Yu admits her selfish intentions were driven by love for Brother Chi, asking if he could forgive her. Brother Chi considers forgiving Lin Yu only if she apologizes to Wei Wei first, wanting to see her sincerity. Lin Yu counters that his sister no longer wants him and questions whether someone so harsh with him is worth his love. However, Brother Chi interjects, telling Lin Yu that's enough and signaling the end of their discussion. Firmly, Brother Chi warns Lin Yu to silence herself and discourages further communication. Despite his firmness, Lin Yu believes Brother Chi is hesitating, seeing an opportunity. Lin Yu takes a chance to confess her love, asserting her emotions to Brother Chi. She promises to be better than his sister, willing to listen to him and asking for just one opportunity to prove herself. Brother Chi, seemingly affected, questions if this is truly what Lin Yu wants. Lin Yu eagerly affirms her intentions, but an internal voice dismisses her as unworthy. Brother Chi challenges her presumptions of superiority over Wei Wei, doubting her intentions. He tells Lin Yu she's not worthy to take Wei Wei's place, dismissing her potential even to hold Wei Wei's shoes, even if his relationship with Wei Wei is disrupted. Brother Chi makes it clear that Lin Yu is not the one to replace her. Brother Chi, exasperated, orders Lin Yu to stop daydreaming as he walks away decisively. With a sense of urgency, Lin Yu calls after Brother Chi, desperately trying to get his attention. Frustrated, Lin Yu internally curses Mu Si Wei as an invincible obstacle in her path. The scene shifts to a luxurious hotel, setting a tranquil yet mysterious atmosphere. A woman reflects on her lack of substantial assets worth millions, puzzled by her dealings with a mysterious man. With surprise, she assesses an agreement, holding it up as she contemplates its implications. A man addresses Miss Mu about the complex situation involving the Lu family. He mentions her decision to call off the engagement with Xiao Qi and offers an agreement to avoid trouble. He adds that the Lu family will compensate her with 100 million once she signs. Miss Mu reviews the agreement, surprised by its contents. She expresses genuine feelings for Lu Qi and recalls his promise to marry her after her release. The man interrupts, questioning who Miss Mu is referring to as Auntie. The woman explains that if not for Xiao Qi's insistence, she wouldn't consider engaging with an ex-convict. She challenges Miss Mu to enter the Lu family by signing the prenuptial agreement, questioning what's included in it. Miss Mu winces in pain, noting her wound has reopened and aches terribly. Another woman highlights that the agreement states she must not touch the Lu family's assets after marriage and urges her not to waste words if she wants to enter the family. The woman warns Miss Mu to be aware of her current position. Miss Mu holds the agreement paper, contemplating its terms. The man inquires if Miss Mu is dissatisfied with the compensation amount. She denies dissatisfaction, acknowledging the Lu family's generosity given their brief engagement. Miss Mu accuses them of being overly cautious, as if she's a thief. She apologizes for the necessity of negotiating with someone like her. The man offers to renegotiate the terms if Miss Mu has objections to the agreement. Despite his offer, Miss Mu responds she only needs to sign, and she proceeds to do so. Having signed, Miss Mu hopes the Lu family will inform her parents about the cancelled marriage promptly, and begins to leave while the man calls after her. Miss Mu declines the invitation to stay for dinner, walking away resolutely. She declares no further ties with the Lu family and sees no reason for them to engage her anymore. The man observes Miss Mu departing, pondering her lack of knowledge about certain shares. He contemplates if he has gone too far in his actions. As Miss Mu walks away in the night, someone calls out for her to wait. She turns, already compliant with the agreement, and questions further demands. The man apologizes for any discomfort he caused, admitting he overstepped. Miss Mu acknowledges Mr. Lu's apology sarcastically, indicating she'll leave unless there's further discussion. As she moves, Mr. Lu hastily asks her to wait. He acknowledges her lingering upset and hopes for an opportunity to explain, aside from apologizing. Mr. Lu requests a few minutes of Miss Mu's time, offering her a slice of cake. He notes she didn't have dinner and must be hungry. Miss Mu dismisses the need for politeness, urging Mr. Lu to state his true intentions. Mr. Lu confesses his scheming regarding the agreement, revealing it had one main purpose. His aim was to regain her 10% shares in Lu's company, leaving Miss Mu astonished at the revelation of her ownership. A man in a suit tells a woman that at first, he wasn't sure if she knew, so he tested her by offering 100 million. He continues, explaining that although 100 million isn't a small amount, it's far from enough to buy the shares. The woman questions how she obtained it and how she could not know about it. The man reminds her that she once saved Xiao Qi, and as gratitude, his father signed the share transfer personally. He tells her that if she marries Xiao Qi, she will own the shares together after marriage, but if she doesn't marry him, she will solely inherit them. She reads that the share is held in trust. Marrying Lu Qi means joint ownership on marriage registration day, otherwise it becomes personal property on her 25th birthday. Losing this 10% to opponents could be fatal for the Lu family. The man explains that he made her sign the agreement for these reasons. The woman thinks back to Shang Yunlan from her past life and believes she signed it for this purpose too. She reflects on the calculating nature of the Lu family, noting that they made her sign away their assets. Now they want them back, and she finds it unnecessary for him to explain further. The man asks who besides him requested her to sign such an agreement. She sarcastically points out that he represents the Lu family's collective opinion. So naturally, it's only him. The man asks her if she blames him for making her give up 10% of the shares and wonders if she has other thoughts. The woman doesn't see the point in blaming him since he deceived her into signing it. She agrees that it's a lot of money, which makes it regrettable. However, she thinks about how it bought her freedom, making it worthwhile. She realizes in hindsight that she wouldn't have signed away 10% of Lu's shares, as holding them would allow her to live off dividends luxuriously. The man acknowledges her points with understanding. He admits his petty thoughts, stating she deserves to save their scion. He makes her an offer to repurchase the shares, inviting her to name her conditions. She finds it dreamlike and admits she couldn't sleep, asking him to suggest a price. She contemplates whether to accept, noting Lu Ting Yuan's sincerity regarding the 10% of the company. She's uncertain about whether to accept this offer. There is a past memory where someone chastises Mu Wei, implying she's causing a scene, though they acknowledge gratitude for saving Xiao Qi. Reflecting on her past actions, she feels she deserves compensation for saving Lu Qi. She wonders about the appropriate price to set for the shares. Based on Lu's current stock price, she considers its large potential fortune. She is hesitant, knowing the huge amount might cause unrest despite Lu Ting Yuan's silence. She is certain Shang Yunlan wouldn't let it pass quietly, pondering her conditions. She thinks about what conditions might prevent interference from Shang Yunlan. In distress, Mu Wei pleads for help, asking to call 120 while appearing injured. Amidst urgent calls, the phone falls as a voice insists on prioritizing, signing an important contract instead of returning. She recalls that in her past life, Lu Qi didn't return because he was busy with a land transfer contract. The land's value increased greatly due to government planning and development, which was unexpected. She remembers that during this time, the land was part of an unremarkable rundown neighborhood in the old city area, realizing its significance now. Mr. Lu asks Miss Mu if she is interested in a street located in the old city area, and she confirms that she remembers it as part of the Lu family's property, wondering how she found the place. He explains that the street indeed belongs to Lu's property, though its current valuation is low. He questions if she really wants to trade it for her shares, pointing out that it's highly unequal for trade. Miss Mu appreciates Mr. Lu for reminding her of the inequality in the trade terms. Still, she believes that owning a street is sufficient for her to live securely. Since the decision is made, they will proceed with the transfer. But it requires Miss Mu to sign a share transfer agreement. The contract for the share and property transfer is presented to Miss Mu, with the necessary signature spots marked for her to review and sign. Miss Mu expresses gratitude to Lawyer Xia for her assistance in the process. Lawyer Xia states that after signing, someone should accompany Miss Mu to visit the property and explain each location. Mr. Lu thinks it over and decides that the lawyer can take her there. Lawyer Xia, inwardly frustrated, wonders why he is always the one running errands. Despite his irritation, Lawyer Xia clarifies that he is a lawyer, not an assistant. Lawyer Xia suggests it might be more appropriate for Mr. Lu himself to go, being the original owner and more familiar with the area. After considering this, Mr. Lu agrees to accompany them, asserting his presence. Lawyer Xia is surprised by Mr. Lu's readiness, admitting he only suggested it casually and wasn't serious. A bit baffled, Lawyer Xia confirms his attendance, amazed that he still needs to go despite the casual suggestion. Mr. Lu questions whether Lawyer Xia is unwilling, and Lawyer Xia mentions having contracts to handle, hinting at a reluctance to accompany them. Mr. Lu sternly demands Lawyer Xia finish all paperwork today, leaving no room for refusal. Lawyer Xia, feeling resigned, remarks to Mr. Lu to remain law-abiding, then proceeds to prepare the car for their trip. Walking through the old-fashioned street, they express a sense of nostalgia, noting how such places are rare these days. Mr. Lu shares some financial insights, detailing how the shops on this street play into a significant annual cash flow after maintenance and other costs. He advises registering a limited liability company to manage these properties, ensuring efficiency. Walking by a familiar store, Mr. Lu reflects, captivated by nostalgic memories as he recognizes it is still there. Miss Mu notices Mr. Lu's moment of nostalgia and gently inquires if something about the store has caught his attention. She is curious whether the store holds particular significance to him. Mr. Lu reminisces about his childhood visits to the store, amazed it remains after so many years. Asking Miss Mu if she would like to take a break, Mr. Lu suggests sampling the store's renowned red bean soup. Miss Mu teases Mr. Lu about having a sweet tooth, finding it unexpected for someone usually serious. Suddenly, there's a tense moment, and Mr. Lu quickly reacts, cautioning Miss Mu to be careful. Concerned, Mr. Lu checks if Miss Mu is all right after the sudden incident. Lawyer Xia appears, playfully commenting on the unfolding scene. As Mu Siwei stumbles inside, Lu Ting Yuan apologizes for being careless. A woman quickly apologizes, explaining she just mopped the floor and checks if Mu Siwei is okay. With concern, the woman expresses her mild shock by saying, "Oh dear." Lu Ting Yuan greets Auntie Ping warmly, commenting on her youthful energy. Auntie Ping is touched, inviting them to sit down. Mu Siwei and Lan Xiang are taken aback, wondering who the sweet talker is. Auntie Ping notes the years since their last visit and inquires about Lu Ting Yuan's favorite dish. Lu Ting Yuan confirms, noting Auntie Ping's memory of his preferences. Auntie Ping proudly states that she always remembers what Xiao Yuan likes. She then turns her attention to the companions with Lu Ting Yuan, curious about them. Lu Ting Yuan introduces Mu Siwei and Lan Xiang as friends they brought along while passing by. Lan Xiang feels out of place, wondering about the awkwardness of being a third wheel. Lan Xiang humorously notes the strong sense of love in the air and introduces himself to Auntie Ping. Auntie Ping, charmed by Mu Siwei, asks if she is Xiao Yuan's girlfriend. Lu Ting Yuan clarifies that Mu Siwei is just an important business partner. Auntie Ping understands, but jokes about considering them as a couple as they look good together. Lan Xiang, in disbelief, warns against matchmaking due to potential trouble. He questions the compatibility between the two, pointing out their age difference. Auntie Ping tells Lu Ting Yuan he arrived just in time and reminisces about the past years passing quickly. She fondly remembers Lu Ting Yuan's visits as a child for breakfast. Auntie Ping recalls a younger Lu Ting Yuan with a school bag, looking well-behaved. She playfully suggests to Mu Siwei that Lu Ting Yuan is ready to have his own children. Lu Ting Yuan responds, saying it's still early for such discussions as he's not married. Lan Xiang asks Auntie Ping about retirement considering her energy. Auntie Ping explains business is slowing despite her son now being employed and her mortgage settled. Mu Siwei remembers Auntie Ping's business facing closure due to government issues. Lu Ting Yuan offers to set up a shop for Auntie Ping near his company if she's interested. Auntie Ping appreciates the gesture but prefers the joy of serving breakfast to kids. She assures them she won't be leaving yet, welcoming them to visit anytime. Mu Siwei reflects on Lu Tin Yuan's transformation from cold and calculating to warm and friendly. She observes how this street holds cherished memories for Lu Tin Yuan. In the car, Lan Xiang questions Lu Tin Yuan about any feelings he might have for Mu Siwei. Lan Xiang reminds him about Mu Siwei's connection to his nephew, warning him to protect his reputation. Lu Tin Yuan clarifies there's nothing beyond a business relationship with Mu Siwei. Lan Xiang remains unconvinced, but agrees not to interfere further. Lan Xiang expresses frustration, instructing Lu Tin Yuan to handle any complications himself. A man discusses his agreement with his sister-in-law about Miss Mu's request to end the engagement, admitting he made the decision without consulting her first. The sister-in-law, looking surprised, considers arranging a media release if there are no objections to the official statement. Lu Qi interrupts, expressing his disagreement with his uncle's decision. Insisting passionately, Lu Qi declares his true love for Wei Wei. His mother commands Lu Qi to sit and criticizes him, telling him to reflect on his appearance. Addressing Ting Yuan, the mother accuses him of acting too hastily regarding the situation. Concern arises over a girl from the Mu family holding 10% of Lu's shares, discussing Miss Mu's agreement to relinquish them. Ting Yuan explains that the shares will be redistributed according to each person's existing holdings, using Louis company assets in exchange. An unsettling realization hits that Lu Ting Yuan had beaten someone to a particular objective again. The mother intended for the girl to marry into the Lu family, planning to eventually take her shares. While dining, it is noted that Ting Yuan holds the highest share percentage, which is common knowledge. The mother, appearing curious, questions Ting Yuan about the terms used to secure Miss Mu's agreement. Ting Yuan mentions Baiyun Commercial Street on Guangming Road, causing some reaction. Lu Qi accuses his uncle of going too far, arguing the street isn't worth even 1% of the shares and calls it deceitful to Wei Wei. In response, Ting Yuan challenges Lu Qi, asking what he thinks should be used for the exchange, while internally noting Lu Qi's loyalty to Wei Wei. Lu Qi declares his intent to compensate Wei Wei with his shares and begins to leave. Angered, his mother warns Lu Qi not to return if he steps out that door. Lu Qi addresses his mother, questioning if she is in her right mind. Conflicted, Lu Qi questions the importance of the 10% share to their family and whether it's worth giving up for Wei Wei. His mother challenges Lu Qi, asking if he isn't worried about being mocked by his uncle. Frustration mounts over the continuous obstacles faced in securing Lu family shares. Lu Qi is labeled foolish by his mother for wanting to give away significant shares at such a crucial time. Feeling defiant, Lu Qi warns not to underestimate his combined shares, despite them being temporarily less. Ting Yuan remains composed, continuing his meal, dismissing the concern over share disparity. Strategic thinking emerges, with plans to ally with other shareholders to counter any opposition. Determined, the mother believes Lu Company will eventually return to them, anticipating future outcomes. At another setting, a woman happily announces good news to everyone present during a meal. There's speculation from the group about the news, expressing hopes that it's something favorable. Wei Wei reveals to her father that she has obtained property rights for a street, declaring herself a landlady. Surprised, her father acknowledges the magnitude of a whole street as property. Amidst excitement, people question the legitimacy of the news, expressing disbelief and curiosity. Amazement spreads at the revelation that Mu Siwei acquired property for an entire street. Skepticism arises as someone wonders if the property is a gift from Brother Qi. A flashback appears, recalling an assertion that someone is not even worthy to hold Wei Wei's shoes. Wei Wei explains the property is a thank you gift from the Lu family after saving Lu Qi as a child. A character questions if Mr. Lu is Brother Qi's uncle, surprised by the contract transfer. Frustration and envy surface, questioning why the Lu family favors her and hoping she'd end up in jail. Concerned, a woman asks Yeye about her seemingly unhappy demeanor. Yeye reassures her mom, though shocked by her sister's luck, acknowledging the Lu family's generosity. A father questions if Weiwei marrying into the family makes such gestures redundant. Weiwei informs her dad that the engagement with Lu Qi has already been called off. Shocked, both the father and another character react strongly to the news of the called-off engagement. A man reflects on past conversations with his daughter, who had already brought up a subject, and seems to be pondering over their discussions. Weiwei gently reminds her father that she and Lu Qi are adults and should be responsible for managing their own relationship without interference. A mother advises Weiwei to think carefully, pointing out that Xiao Qi comes from a well-off family and is someone she knows well, emphasizing her concern that missing this opportunity might mean never finding someone as compatible. Weiwei responds by acknowledging that knowing Xiao Qi well is precisely why she doesn't wish to be with him. She tells her mother that while she understands their intentions are good, feelings cannot be forced. She feels that being with Lu Qi would not make either of them happy. Weiwei expresses her hope that her parents prioritize her happiness by supporting her decision and acknowledges their desire for her to be happy. Her father shows some reluctance initially, but concedes that since Weiwei is grown, she should make her own decisions, promising to respect her choice. Weiwei feels relieved and thankful to her father, embracing him joyfully as if a burden has been lifted off her shoulders. She shares her future plans about a family vacation to Europe after completing the property transfer, ensuring her mother's comfort and suggesting a break. Her mother assures support for Weiwei in whatever she does, and the scene ends with a call for a toast, symbolizing mutual support and family unity. Meanwhile, a mysterious character has something important to discuss, with an agreement to meet the following day, hinting at a forthcoming revelation. The scene shifts to a large property with the label C08, hinting at the vastness of the holdings involved. A new character, urging others, proposes that recording a video for threats would ensure compliance from the person targeted. One man objects, indicating skepticism, pointing out that such actions are easier said than done, highlighting the complexity of the plan. A man questions whether kidnapping someone is as simple as tying up a chicken, indicating the gravity and difficulty of what's being proposed. Another man assures Miss Lin that they are ready to proceed, awaiting any orders she may have. However, he insists that Miss Lin must bring her sister if they are to act, and she can't just issue orders without involvement. Miss Lin worries about the remote location, expressing doubt about luring her sister there under the circumstances. A man suggests incapacitating her sister outside and then bringing her to them, promising backup and an easy resolution. Miss Lin argues that the remote location with no transportation options makes the task unrealistic, showcasing her frustration. The man hints at Miss Lin's reluctance to get involved despite issuing commands and questions her sincerity in their cooperation. He confronts her directly, questioning her willingness to truly cooperate and pressing her for a decisive answer. He accuses Miss Lin of past inadequacies in helping them, referencing previous aid provided without compensation, demanding action this time. Miss Lin, reluctantly agreeing, demands a share of the reward in return for finding a way to bring her sister for the plot. She internally plans to go along with the scheme temporarily, hoping to find an escape plan later, revealing her true motives. The man implies that she's taught them a lesson in manipulation, met with silent acknowledgement. He orders that the sister be treated harshly to learn her lesson, implying some previous grievance. Realizing the impending threat, Miss Lin's sister asks fearfully what they're planning to do, distressed by the situation. A man invites Miss Lin to demonstrate her skills, implying her previous involvement with an inappropriate smirk. One man expresses crude interest in exploiting the sister for gain, even if their primary scheme fails. Her sister, in fear, demands they stay away, pleading for her safety to be maintained. Another man reacts in anger, showing the volatile dynamics amidst the criminals. Miss Lin's sister lies on the ground, accusingly questioning the audacity of the assault against her. Threats of harsher treatment are made if she doesn't comply, escalating the tension and danger. She pleads in desperation, asking them to let her go while clearly frightened for her fate. The group ignores her cries, acknowledging that isolation means no one will hear her, indicating the cruelty of the situation. A plea for freedom emanates from a phone screen showing a captive scene. Two men sit together. One questions the other about his passive behavior as a woman was taken. The man in shades insists he isn't guilty, claiming he called the police to uphold his law-abiding nature. He elaborates that he left the scene to avoid involving himself further after notifying the authorities. Aware of Miss Lin's nature, he predicts she won't forgive easily and hints at her retaliatory mindset. He continues, predicting Miss Lin will unjustly blame her sister for the mishap. Offering a tempting proposal, the man in shades talks about adding a protection service for Miss Mu's safety. He emphasizes the exclusivity of this protection offer, indicating it's reserved for VIP clients like the other man. Mr. Liu insists on ensuring Miss Mu's safety, warning that failing to do so could have dire consequences. The man in shades assures Mr. Liu of his commitment to watch over Miss Mu and requests evidence for her parents. Mr. Liu, standing and preparing to leave, instructs the other man to avoid showing a particular video part to Miss Mu. He adds a serious warning about making the video public if necessary, showing his relentless stance. The man in shades acknowledges Mr. Liu's instructions, expressing his understanding of the situation. A dark atmosphere surrounds Miss Lin as she questions her misfortunes, while male voices suggest they've taken good care of her. Miss Lin lies on the ground, and a male figure confirms acquiring a clear video of her. The man holding the phone comments on Miss Lin's unexpected behavior captured in the video. They laugh about how much Miss Lin seemed to enjoy the situation, unaware of the sinister undertones. Miss Lin, visibly shaken, promises retribution while another male assures her about the video staying secret if she cooperates. Another man asserts their intent to keep their promise and questions whether she wants to see her sister's downfall. Suddenly, a henchman announces approaching police sirens, and panic ensues among them. Before leaving, the main man warns Miss Lin that they're still watching her, reminding her of their looming presence. With a threatening tone, he cautions Miss Lin against betraying them, leaving her visibly tense. Alone with her thoughts, Miss Lin blames others for her predicament, recalling happier times with people close to her. Overcome with emotion, she accuses Mu Hongyi of hypocrisy, fueled by her overwhelming sense of injustice. Her frustration grows as she recalls how quickly protection was secured for Mu Siwei during past troubles. She wonders why no such aid was given to her when she faced similar adversities. Her resentment extends to Jiang Qingyun, whom she labels harshly due to unresolved tensions. Feeling sidelined, she laments being treated like a maid while others receive preferential treatment. Memories of domestic duties surface, adding depth to her feelings of neglect and marginalization. Her anger reaches its peak as she vows vengeance against Mu Siwei, who enjoys undeserved happiness. Envy floods her thoughts, fixated on Mu Siwei's seemingly perfect family and romantic life. Comparing their fates, she dwells on the disparity between Mu Siwei's blessings and her own misery. In despair, Miss Lin breaks down, consumed by the unfairness surrounding her situation. She quietly voices her resolve, wishing those who've wronged her to suffer as she has. Eagerly imagining the consequences of her revenge, she envisions Mu Siwei's fall from grace. With her vengeance fully imagined, she sees Mu Siwei's complete ruin as inevitable. In another setting, a woman reads aloud about preparations to register a real estate company, marking new beginnings. Miss Mu receives a suggestion to talk to her parents about getting her sister to leave home soon. The phone screen shows a message about using a video to threaten her sister for money. It'll make her comply with any demands. 2. Miss Mu questions Detective Luo about the possibility of imprisoning people using the video. Detective Luo acknowledges Miss Mu's frustration but explains that the video alone isn't enough for an arrest. Luo elaborates that normally a full video could jail those thugs, but no crime was committed yet. The information continues with Miss Lin claiming to have been joking, making police action impossible. Luo reassures that while the law needs solid evidence, He plans to find a resolution. Understanding Luo's point, Miss Mu mentions her hope for more hints to reveal the truth. As Mrs. Mu leaves the store, she's promised contact once the new clothes arrive. Yaya expresses her feelings about choosing a gift for her sister and worries about any arguments. Yaya realizes that enduring Mu Siwei is the reason everyone likes her. She tells her mom that she's happy for her sister's success, and family squabbles are minor. Yaya is acknowledged for her thoughtfulness. Her mom remembers Yaya's graduation, offering her a gift of her choosing. Yaya secretly feels irritated, thinking she always gets leftovers compared to her sister. Emotionally, Yaya values her mom's health as her greatest joy and decides it's time to head home. Her mom wonders if Wei Wei should pick them up, mentioning the family cars are occupied. Yaya reminds her mom about the surprise element for the sister's gift, preferring a cab instead. Yaya receives a message confirming the plan's progress. Explaining a nearby friend, Yaya offers to handle transportation while her mom awaits the cab. Her mom encourages her not to delay meeting the friend. In a car, confusion arises as the men realize they've picked up an unexpected older woman. Lin Yu is caught in trouble, accused of messing with the group. The passengers question who the older woman is, showing frustration. Walking outside, Yaya reassures she'll provide a satisfactory explanation. A man instructs Yaya to get into the car, looking serious. Curious, the driver asks about the woman's identity sitting with them. Lin Yu smirks, revealing the woman is a pawn to lure her sister. The explanation continues, claiming this tactic will attract their target effectively. A passenger expresses shock, questioning Yu's willingness to use her own mother. The driver warns Lin Yu about acting alone, disliking the added risk. A reminder from another person reinforces the driver's point. The man offers to further explain the gravity of the situation if needed. Trembling, Lin Yu insists she understands, tears forming as she realizes crying won't help. The driver insists on Lin Yu pulling her sister in by any means necessary within an hour. She realizes the severity of the threat, prompting quick contemplation of her next move. Lin Mu sits at her desk, holding a stack of papers, feeling exhausted after finishing all of the contracts. Stretching with relief, Lin Mu thinks ahead to the next month when she can start receiving rent. Sitting by her desk, Lin Mu remarks on the positive direction things are moving in and notes that the weather is especially nice today. Lin Mu receives a message on her phone from someone claiming her mother had asked for assistance regarding a loan, mentioning a Ms. Ning. Lin Mu, surprised, asks a man on the street if he was the one who sent her the message about her mom. As the man with a threatening demeanor tells Lin Mu to get in the car, he warns her it's best to avoid making a scene. Another voice reinforces the demand, instructing Lin Mu to get into the car as she was told. Lin Mu hesitates before taking out her phone, thinking it's better to be safe than sorry. Confronting Lin Yu from the car, Lin Mu demands to know if she orchestrated everything and what was done to her mother. Lin Yu, with a casual demeanor, assures Lin Mu her mother is fine for now but hints that her cooperation is crucial. Lin Mu promises to cooperate since both she and her mom are under Lin Yu's control, and she offers 2 million. Thinking strategically, Lin Mu remembers that according to Detective Liu, they usually only get small amounts for such schemes and offers 10 times more to make an impact. A coworker inside the car is shocked by Lin Mu's boldness in offering 2 million so quickly. Lin Yu, unimpressed, points out that the land from the Liu family is worth much more, and Lin Mu's offer is insufficient. Lin Yu thinks about the foolishness of others being tempted by such a small sum and is determined to see Lin Mu completely destroyed. Another character, convinced that Lin Mu underestimates their resolve, challenges her attempt to brush them off. Lin Mu responds with frustration, explaining that real estate isn't simple to liquidate and requires going through several official processes. Lin Yu, frustrated, demands Lin Mu come up with 5 million to avoid greater trouble, dismissing her explanations. Lin Yu warns Lin Mu with malice, referring to a drug from the past and threats of more to come, pressuring her to cooperate. A male accomplice chimes in, emphasizing to Lin Yu that Lin Mu better cooperate as demanded. Lin Mu, wary, realizes it was Lin Yu who was involved the last time something similar happened. Recollecting past hardships, Lin Mu remembers being unable to raise even a small amount when she was broke. The male accomplice, confused and suspicious, wonders if they were deceived by Lin Yu from the start. Lin Mu inquires if Lin Yu's actions are due to compensating for an accident, stating that a regular personal injury process should suffice. Lin Yu feels threatened by Lin Mu's logical suggestion, suspecting Lin Mu's intent to create discord among them. In frustration, someone realizes that despite their efforts, they failed to secure any money, realizing they lost an opportunity to gain 3 million. A male driver inquires cynically if they might be manipulated again, expressing doubt over their actions. Another character, observing the situation, comments on the inherent danger of their risky endeavors. This cautious character directs Charlie to ensure real-time updates on their target's location are maintained. Meanwhile, Charlie, operating several computer monitors, confidently assures that their target won't escape their tracking. The new map app, recently installed, offers the location feature, while the IoT system from the network department proves useful for tracking. Charlie has already shared the target's location with the security team. The red dot on the map reveals Mu Siwei's position. On the device, the green dots signify men surrounding the area, capturing undivided attention. The man with the suit inquires about the number of personnel from the security department. Confirmation is provided with assurance. The man states they've called in 10 times the number and insists they should quit if the target escapes. Lu is depicted as driven by a desire to save a beauty, motivating everyone to give their best effort. The suited man dismisses the statement, clarifying that he is merely repaying a favor. Recalling past events, he acknowledges gratitude towards Mu for acquiring the Li family's shares at a low price. A female character urgently directs someone to get inside. Wei Wei's mother warns her to run, advising her to call the police as danger is imminent. A male figure greets Miss Mu sinisterly, hinting at a prior encounter. The man expresses distrust towards a certain girl and skepticism towards Miss Mu, demanding 5 million within a day. Miss Mu calmly insists on the release of her mother before discussing any money matters, refusing to pay otherwise. The antagonist questions if Miss Mu understands the predicament she's in. He arrogantly declares that Miss Mu has no right to negotiate. Wei Wei's mother cries out, demanding not to touch her daughter. An aggressive character harshly refers to the older woman, displaying hostile intent. Amidst the chaos, someone calls out to their mom. The antagonist shifts blame to the older woman. The leader suggests knocking the older woman out to prevent her from ruining their plans. He inquires who will take the lead, with a sinister implication towards the gathering. A male volunteer expresses his readiness and willingness to proceed. Discovering a hidden camera, the antagonist is visibly shocked by the revelation. Miss Mu reveals the recorded evidence has already been uploaded. She mentions calling the police beforehand, aiming for concrete evidence against them to ensure they cannot escape. In a different scene, Miss Mu seeks help from Detective Luo, asking him to name his price for assistance. Luo advises Miss Mu to contact him if there's any trouble, providing a camera capable of real-time uploads for safety assurance. Someone urgently alerts Detective Luo about the start of the operation. In a tense moment, an ally questions what the boss intends to do next, suggesting a sense of urgency. With confidence, Miss Mu declares that the foe is finished, signifying her upper hand in the situation. A chaotic scene unfolds with officers surveying a group of subdued men on the ground, indicating they are under control. Mu Siwei confidently confirms the ease with which the situation was managed, as her presence adds to the order. Siwei expresses surprise as a figure suddenly disappears from her view, adding a layer of mystery to the unfolding events. Mu Siwei directs the officers to escort the subdued men outside and wait for police intervention, while instructing everyone else to clear the room, expressing frustration at the interference. Internal thoughts ponder how a particular man will elegantly conclude this classic hero rescues beauty scenario, questioning his next move. A woman questions why the police aren't the ones coming to her aid, wondering aloud why it's specifically this man who's arrived instead, reflecting disbelief and confusion. The woman's silence speaks volumes as she lightly pulls away from the man's touch. He proposes taking her to the hospital, concerned for her well-being. She thanks Mr. Liu but insists she has only minor injuries, brushing off the need for further concern as he remains attentive to her state. Mr. Liu gently supports her, advising her not to move while offering his assistance, showcasing his protective nature. He assesses her state, questioning her ability to walk independently. She reassures him of her capability, emphasizing her determination. A man angrily accuses someone of betrayal, vowing violent retribution, his fury palpable as he charges forward. Panic spreads as a character urgently calls out Ting Yuan's name, signaling an imminent threat or danger to someone important. A police officer discovers another person and urgently alerts the others, hinting at unexpected developments in the situation. Lin Yu claims to have been kidnapped by the antagonists, positioning herself as a victim in the chaos, appealing to the others with a tone of distress. She further emphasizes her familial ties to the situation, urging them not to treat her harshly because of her connection to those involved. Lin Yu desperately calls out for her mother to awaken, attempting to rouse her amidst the commotion as authorities converge on the scene. Internal questions arise about the identity of Mr. Liu, speculating on his relationship to Brother Qi and his familial ties. The woman boldly accuses Lin Yu of pretending, revealing she has recorded evidence labeling her as a kidnapper accomplice, shedding light on her deceit. Lin Yu stammers, denying the accusations as the evidence is presented against her, further complicating her situation. Lin Yu panics, continuing to assert her victimhood, desperately urging others not to believe the accusations against her. The woman remains unfazed by Lin Yu's denials, calling out her ongoing dishonesty and predicting an inevitable fate of imprisonment. Taking charge, Mu Siwei instructs officers to detain Lin Yu, her authoritative presence guiding the unfolding events. Lin Yu erupts into accusations against Mu Siwei, calling her disloyal and further escalating the dramatic situation. She elaborates on her accusations, stating that Mu Siwei is seducing Mr. Liu despite her engagement, attributing it to Mr. Liu's wealth and status. An officer declares his inability to remain silent, feeling compelled to reveal Mu Siwei's true nature, supporting Lin Yu's outcry. Mu Siwei silently contemplates the situation, recognizing the sheer chaos and complexity that now define the scene, acknowledging the tumultuous unfolding events. A woman insists that there's nothing improper between her and Mr. Liu, dismissing the accusations as nonsense. A man gives orders to take a woman to the car and hand her over to the police, stating she can't be trusted for kidnapping her mother. He stresses that nothing more needs to be said. As a guard forces her into a car, the woman accuses him of shameless acts and questions his hope to silence everyone. Another man reflects on the inevitability of karma as he looks at the sky, contemplating the events unfolding. He acknowledges the situation as a mess, realizing that the chaos caused by the girls shouting will soon involve the entire Liu family. The man considers the difficulty of dealing with the aftermath if Shang Yunxian finds out, feeling the full weight of the situation. A woman, distressed and worried, looks at someone and wonders what to do about the bleeding that won't stop. The man reassures the woman not to worry, explaining that the wound is superficial and not serious. Xia Han, appearing knowledgeable, acknowledges a statement before the other character can finish speaking. He offers to handle the rest and reassures Miss Mu that she should go ahead in the helicopter to the hospital while he finishes up. While one person carries another, Xia Han asks a guard to take care of Mr. Liu, emphasizing the need for attention. At the hospital, a concerned girl inquires about her mother's condition. The doctor assures her it's nothing serious. The doctor explains her mother has a mild concussion, with some scratches and bruises, but she only needs a few days of rest. The girl, in distress, urgently calls for attention to operating room 9. She anxiously approaches a doctor and asks if he knows what's wrong with a patient she accompanied. The doctor explains it's severe abdominal internal bleeding from an external injury and immediate surgery is necessary. The doctor insists on getting the family to sign a consent form quickly, while she agrees to contact them promptly. She realizes the urgency of the situation, acknowledging that the family she can contact right now is limited. A man on the phone named Weiwei attempts to reach out, saying he has something to explain. Surprised, he learns that an uncle is injured and requires surgery, asking for more details on the situation. Determined, he agrees to be there immediately, putting away his phone after the call. Walking away, he's questioned about his destination as someone calls out to him. Another person criticizes him for losing his self-respect, suspecting the call was from the Mu family again. He clarifies to his mom that it isn't about Weiwei, but about an uncle needing urgent surgery, which requires his signature for the consent form. In shock, his mom learns that Lu Tingyuan is injured and believes it serves him right for finally getting what he deserves. Ignoring his mother's warning, Xiao Qi is determined to leave despite being told not to go. His mother dismisses the concern, suggesting they let him suffer more or even die, believing he has plenty to take care of him. Xiao Qi, appalled, argues that family cannot be ignored, emphasizing the critical condition of his uncle and his obligation to leave. He strides away as his mother calls his name, but he continues without hesitation. His mother warns that if he leaves through that door, he shouldn't come back. Left behind, his mother expresses that Xiao Qi is always soft-hearted, reflecting on his actions. She ponders how being kind to the enemy is self-destructive, questioning why he can't see that truth. Hongyi urgently calls out to Weiwei, demanding to know what exactly happened. Hongyi tries to reassure Weiwei, who is seated in a wheelchair, saying that she and Yeye were kidnapped by some thugs aiming to extort their father. Hongyi angrily resolves not to let those scumbags get away easily and questions where they are. A woman suggests that lawyer Xia may have already handed the kidnappers over to the police. Hongyi shifts his focus to Weiwei's attire. Weiwei informs Hongyi that she is wearing Mr. Lu's suit. She explains that Mr. Lu saved her today. Hongyi seems lost in thought as he listens to Weiwei's words. Hongyi comforts Weiwei by acknowledging her suffering but assures her that things will pass. He vows to seek justice and emphasizes family support. Weiwei reassures him that she is fine. Weiwei expresses worry about Mr. Lu, pondering his actions. Hongyi dismisses her worries, mentioning Mr. Lu is known to be a good man. Hongyi believes they should thank Mr. Lu properly once he recovers and embraces Weiwei gently. Hongyi realizes Yeye isn't present and asks if she's also hurt, showing concern. A woman informs Hongyi that Yeye is fine but doesn't wish to discuss her further until lawyer Xia arrives. Weiwei, feeling dizzy, suggests to Hongyi that they should go home, leading Hongyi to agree and decide to leave, allowing Weiwei to rest. Weiwei is asked by Hongyi if she's ready to go home, but her resolve is shaky. She hesitates, expressing her desire to stay until someone's surgery is over, requesting the others go home first. Hongyi checks if Weiwei will be all right alone, offering her a phone for emergencies. Weiwei reassures him not to worry. Alone on a bench, Weiwei reflects on her disbelief over Lin Yu's cruelty towards their mom. Grateful for her mother's safety, Weiwei sits distressed, her mind wandering through anxious thoughts. She questions why Mr. Lu was there, hoping the surgery goes successfully. Weiwei recalls a promise made that Mr. Lu would be fine. Silently prays he keeps his word, whispering Weiwei. A man approaches Weiwei and asks what's wrong. Upon noticing Weiwei's tears, he questions why she is crying with a sense of urgency. Unfazed by the tears, the man gently touches her face, repeating his concern. Encouraging her, the man offers to take Weiwei to room number 9. Observing Weiwei's attire, the man notices it's a man's suit and questions its origin. Weiwei admits it belongs to her uncle, explaining her own clothes were torn. The man offers his jacket, despite its dirtiness, which Weiwei declines, preferring her uncle's suit. Weiwei tells him not to worry about her, instructing him to focus on signing some papers. The man contemplates her preference for her uncle's dirty suit over his offer. Flashbacks of Weiwei's fierce declaration echo as another face reflects confusion. In a mix of emotions, the scenes flash with Weiwei's strong statements and embrace with another man. A realization dawns on the observing man. Absorbed in revelation, The observing man wonders about Wei Wei's closeness with the other man, questioning when it all began. Wei Wei questions what the other person just said, expressing surprise and seeking clarification. A man in a lab coat strides down a hospital corridor, asking if any family members of Lu Tingyuan are present. Wei Wei and another man confirm their location. Wei Wei, looking serious, instructs Lu Qi to hurry up and sign something, indicating urgency. Lu Qi, focusing on Wei Wei, insists on knowing something first before proceeding. Lu Qi queries Wei Wei about when she and his uncle got together, hinting at some prior relationship. Wei Wei reacts with incredulity, questioning Lu Qi's sanity and dismissing his accusation as nonsense. Despite being accused of nonsense, Lu Qi asks Wei Wei to reflect on her own behavior. Lu Qi accuses Wei Wei of treating his uncle's suit as something precious and being unwilling to take it off. A doctor urges Wei Wei to sign the consent for surgery, emphasizing the urgency due to critical conditions. Wei Wei assures Lu Qi that she didn't do what he's implying and stresses the importance of signing for his uncle's surgery. Lu Qi asserts that his uncle is his responsibility and questions Wei Wei's anxiety in the situation. Reflecting on his rush to save his uncle, Lu Qi accuses Wei Wei of betrayal. Wei Wei challenges Lu Qi's humanity, urging him not to argue over trivial matters during such a critical moment. Lu Qi questions if his humanity is being doubted and insists that Xiao Qi should not leave. Another male character dismisses Lu Qi's concern, claiming that there are others to take care of the situation. Lu Qi confronts his mother, distressed that she would speak so callously about letting his uncle suffer or die. Lu Qi recalls how he went against his mother to be there and questions if his actions were in vain. Lu Qi presents Wei Wei with an ultimatum. He will sign the document if she agrees to marry him. Gossip spreads among the hospital staff, finding the situation between Wei Wei, Lu Qi, and the uncle scandalous. Lu Qi demands an answer from Wei Wei, asking for her response to his proposition. Wei Wei mentally acknowledges that Lu Qi has lost his mind and questions how she could possibly agree to his proposal. Wei Wei vows not to involve herself again with the Lu family's troubles, having learned from past experiences. Yet, as she contemplates, Wei Wei remembers how Lu Tingyuan got injured saving her and feels conflicted about standing by. As Wei Wei hesitates, the doctor urges them to finish their melodramatic exchange and sign the necessary documents. The doctor implores Lu Qi to sign quickly, questioning if they'll let someone die over the dispute. Lu Qi tells Wei Wei that she and Lu Tingyuan owe him, reminding her of past events. Lu Qi declares that from now on, he has no relation to Lu Tingyuan. Wei Wei addresses Lawyer Xia, questioning his presence at the hospital. Lawyer Xia acknowledges Wei Wei's hard work and offers to arrange a ride home for her. Wei Wei prefers to stay until Mr. Lu wakes up, expressing her desire to remain close by. Lawyer Xia advises Wei Wei to leave first for her safety, considering the potential escalation of Lin Yu's words. Wei Wei accepts the advice and confirms if Lawyer Xia will stay with Mr. Lu that night. Lawyer Xia hands Wei Wei the doctor's instructions for monitoring Mr. Lu and takes his leave. The instructions for monitoring include checking vital signs and calling a doctor if any abnormalities arise. Lawyer Xia expresses gratitude to Miss Mu and promises to inform her immediately once he wakes up. Miss Mu acknowledges, and Lawyer Xia inquires about the well-being of Lin Yu, mentioning the concern of his parents. Lawyer Xia asks about Lin Yu, emphasizing that his parents are very worried about her. He explains that Lin Yu suffered a heart attack at the police station and was rushed to the hospital, which is why he arrived so late. Lawyer Xia questions Miss Mu about Lin Yu's heart condition. Miss Mu reveals Lin Yu had a slight heart defect in her youth, which doctors believed would improve over time. She continues, saying Lin Yu has recently experienced heart discomfort and visited the hospital, but doctors couldn't identify the problem. Due to Lin Yu's condition, Lawyer Xia mentions that her interrogation will be postponed until her release from the hospital. He feels something strange about the situation. Lawyer Xia thanks Miss Mu for her hard work and advises her to rest and sleep well. Alone by the elevator, Lawyer Xia reflects on the mess he finds himself in. Miss Mu is informed that the case is closed, including matters concerning the thugs and Miss Lin. She thanks Detective Luo for his efforts, preparing to transfer the remaining payment. To Miss Mu's surprise, Detective Luo admits that he never accepted her commission at all. Detective Luo reveals he was already hired by someone else to investigate Miss Mu before she approached him. In their profession, Detective Luo highlights the ethical rule preventing accepting commissions from both parties involved. The employer later requested Detective Luo to protect Miss Mu and assist her, which led him to take her deposit without disclosure. Now that the case is closed, he returns her deposit, startling Miss Mu. Miss Mu speculates about Detective Luo's client, but he quickly hushes her. He maintains client confidentiality, never disclosing who hired him. Miss Mu realizes the reason behind someone showing up at a certain event. She ponders if Lawyer Xia has a copy of certain records. Detective Luo confirms that all findings were indeed reported to the client first, leading her to conclude that Lawyer Xia must have handed over the evidence. Miss Mu feels her visit was in vain, reflecting on her thoughts. She wonders about someone's current state and contemplates visiting them at the hospital. Detective Luo mentions someone else's desire to thank her personally. Miss Mu is intrigued and questions who this person might be. Jin Shinran enters, greeting her with familiarity. Miss Mu observes Jin's well-being, assuming past issues were resolved. Jin thanks Miss Mu for preventing a past mistake. After ending a bad relationship, Jin feels liberated and finds life more interesting. Miss Mu congratulates Jin on new beginnings, inviting her to use her name, Wei Wei. Jin expresses excitement about having an older sister figure in Wei Wei. Jin inquires about Wei Wei's visit to Detective Luo, offering help if needed. Wei Wei struggles to find someone to confide in regarding her dilemma. She seeks Jin's advice on a particular matter. Jin assures Wei Wei of her willingness to assist, no matter the issue. Wei Wei shares how someone consistently supports her during times of need. She appreciates the help received and recounts the significant problems resolved. In the past, despite disputes, this person remained fair in dealings. Wei Wei reflects on how someone chose fairness over personal gain, even amid conflicts. This person had chances for substantial benefits but prioritized Wei Wei's interests instead. He rejected personal gain to protect her interests, remembering his sacrifice and injury while aiding her. Jin curiously asks if this mysterious person is a man. Wei Wei confirms, while considering Jin's past hurt by a scumbag and wishing to avoid upsetting her. Wei Wei realizes discussing men might upset Jin. She starts to address Jin but hesitates from continuing. Jin insists that Wei Wei should keep close someone good like that. Wei Wei, flustered, denies any romantic relationship, finding humor in the situation. She clarifies they're not in any romantic relationship. Wei Wei struggles to define their relationship, repeating their friendship status. She questions her true relationship with him, pondering over its nature. Wei Wei concludes they might as well be strangers, being related only through her ex-fiancé. The scene opens with a view of a cafe, Cafe Eden. The conversation questions the relationship between two people, implying they might not be just ordinary friends. A character reflects on a man's actions, suggesting that someone who stands up for another at a critical moment likely has feelings that surpass ordinary friendship. A girl sits thoughtfully at a table with a cup of coffee, seemingly unaware of her feelings for the man in question. The girl reveals that the man is in the hospital and expresses her desire to visit him. However, she admits her fear that visiting might cause him trouble, showing her inner conflict. Another character mentions that Ting Yuan might not wake up tonight, adding tension to the situation. The girl perceives Lawyer Xia's attitude as discouragement from visiting, creating more doubt in her mind. Her friend argues that hesitating to visit someone who has done so much for her, due to fear of being a bother, could seem ungrateful. The girl tries to explain her reluctance, expressing that she doesn't want to be a burden to him. Her friend advises her that hiding her true feelings could lead to her greatest regret. The word regret echoes in her thoughts, emphasizing her internal struggle. She considers that not acting might be another mistake, identifying her inner turmoil. Memories of her past with Lu Qi surface, feeling like painful fragments tearing open old wounds. She realizes she's afraid of getting hurt again. She reflects on not wanting to repeat past mistakes and contemplates the idea of remaining just friends. Her friend advises against letting past experiences ruin future opportunities, using a metaphor about drinking water again after choking once. The friend comments on how failed relationships should teach caution, not make one run away. She reflects on the rarity of finding someone who truly makes her heart race. Her friend encourages her to face her feelings with courage, whether she decides to pursue them or not. The hope is expressed that she makes a decision she won't regret, emphasizing the importance of her next move. In a hallway, the girl approaches a ward, wondering if it's where Mr. Liu is staying. She notices many people around and thinks they're here to see him, while she tries to get someone's attention. A woman questions whether she is here to visit Mr. Liu. The woman explains the line's end and insists there's no cutting. Another woman questions the girl's company, criticizing her appearance. The woman states they've all been waiting a long time and implies the girl should leave. The girl thinks about leaving, but she really wants Mr. Liu to have the red bean soup someone made. People around mockingly question who would bring such a cheap gift to see Mr. Liu. They laugh, suggesting the girl might be delivering something inappropriate. They continue belittling her, noting that Mr. Liu, being a high-caliber, handsome returnee, wouldn't give her a chance. Someone suggests Wei as a better match for President Liu, hinting at social dynamics at play. Two men appear, announcing President Liu's need to rest, asking everyone to leave. A man kindly thanks everyone and politely asks them to head back, putting an end to the waiting. Someone pleads with Lawyer Xia for just a moment of his time, revealing desperation. They wish to show their appreciation to President Liu, indicating the depth of their concern. The man explains that in Liu's current state, he's not up for business discussions, so an impression wouldn't help. He conveys Liu's request for rest, suggesting that insisting on a visit now would only burden him. The man warns them that Liu will remember those who disturbed his rest, questioning the benefit of their persistence. The people reluctantly agree to leave, clearing the area as requested. The man is surprised, as Liu anticipated Miss Mu's visit and told him to prepare the place for her. Miss Mu is greeted warmly, and Xia apologizes for not contacting her due to busyness. Miss Mu reassures Xia, acknowledging how busy he must be. She hands over something from Aunt Ping for Mr. Liu, planning to leave since he's resting. Xia insists that she can take the gift to Mr. Liu herself, hinting at special consideration. Miss Mu realizes that Xia cleared the place just for her, feeling honored by his gesture. The other women feel indignant, questioning why she was given special treatment. Xia responds, querying the necessity for a background check and finding such actions inappropriate. One of the women reacts in frustration, seeking further explanation from Xia. Xia affirms that President Liu's choices are personal and doesn't owe anyone an explanation. He suggests the women should return after Liu's recovery, dismissing their queries about Miss Mu. Deciding their next step, the women plan to leave, feeling the conversation reached its end. A woman asks Mr. Liu about his well-being, inquiring if he is feeling better. Mr. Liu responds that he feels much better and thanks her for asking. He adds humorously that he feels like a broken record from saying it frequently. The woman apologizes. She admits to Mr. Liu that she already knows everything and expresses her gratitude. She mentions she's unsure how to thank him properly. Mr. Liu reassures her not to worry about it. He explains that his initial approach was for business reasons related to shares. The rest was coincidental. The woman wonders if Mr. Liu is trying to distance himself from her. A man comments on Mr. Liu's capability to manage tasks, including catching people's attention and still getting hospitalized. He adds that when Mr. Liu hears a commotion outside, he even clears the area. The scene shifts, and the woman stands silently, while the man is questioned about going out for a smoke. The man agrees, stating he is going as he loosens his tie. As he departs, he is accused of being stubborn right until the end. Mr. Liu inquires if the snack is from Auntie Ping. The woman confirms that she happened to buy some while passing by and offers him to try it. Mr. Lu remarks that Auntie Ping's place is far from the hospital, hinting at the effort made to bring the snack. He agrees to try it. Suddenly, the woman is concerned, asking if Mr. Lu's wound is hurting again. Observing Mr. Lu's condition, she realizes the seriousness of his injury and feels worried. The woman internally blames herself, thinking it's all because of her. Mr. Lu assures her it's fine and asks for the item she was offering. The woman insists she will feed him. She is flustered, wondering what she just said and feels embarrassed, expecting a refusal. Mr. Lu finds the snack sweet and expresses his gratitude. Mr. Lu suggests that Miss Mu should sit down first. Miss Mu, seated, reflects on her decision to come here, realizing things aren't going as planned, though she intended to speak openly. Mr. Lu invites her to begin speaking, prompting her to address him. Miss Mu confesses that she's been contemplating since yesterday, puzzled by Mr. Lu's assistance despite already acquiring shares. She emphasizes not understanding his intentions, especially with the share situation. Miss Mu reveals her growing concern and curiosity about Mr. Lu, acknowledging her lack of understanding. In a moment of sincerity, she admits to Mr. Lu that she likes him. Miss Mu acknowledges the suddenness of her confession, admitting it might be troublesome, but she doesn't want to avoid it. She assures that whatever his reaction, she will respect his decision, standing firm in expressing her feelings. She wonders why he remains silent and if he's pondering how to reject her. She decides that if a confession needs to happen, it should be her to go first, as she tells the man in front of her. Surprised, she hears someone call her Wei Wei, which leaves her questioning what just happened. Hands clasped together, he expresses how she might find it unbelievable, but there's something important he has to say. He reveals that a long time ago, he already had feelings for her, startling her with this confession. Shocked, she expresses her disbelief, having imagined multiple outcomes but never this admission. She had even imagined that maybe he would accept her confession, a thought lingering in her mind. The revelation that he's had feelings for her for a long time confuses her, especially since the first time they met seems so recent. With a startled expression, she asks if he means the time he took her to the hospital, a notable event in her memory. He clarifies that it wasn't that time, but it did leave a strong impression on him. Standing close, he begins to recall how he saw her at that time, about to reveal more. Panicked, she interrupts, telling him not to say it. She falls against him, and he checks if she's okay, concerned about her sudden move. Worried, she apologizes and inquires if she hurt his wound in the process. She finds herself too close and overwhelmed, her heart racing with every beat. Her eyes lock with his, and she realizes she can't turn away, drawn into the moment as he leans in closer. A nurse bursts in, questioning why the patient's heart rate has suddenly spiked to 160. Embarrassed, she quickly steps away, apologizing profusely for the commotion. The doctor explains they need to insert the 4 and cautions that intimate moments require prior removal to be safe. Blushing deeply, she questions whether calling a nurse for such moments is appropriate. Another doctor enters, surprised at the sudden liveliness after stepping out for a smoke. He requests Xia Han to take Wei Wei home, a firm yet gentle directive. Xia Han agrees, assuring that she will visit again the next day as they prepare to leave. On the phone, Xia Han simply acknowledges the call with a brief response. Concerned, Xia Han mentions to Ting Yuan that trouble is on the horizon, hinting at an ominous situation. A young man is looking at his phone, which displays a sensational headline about a scandal involving a woman and 2 lovers, along with the shocking detail of a father's murder and fiancé's betrayal. The man, wearing striped pajamas and sitting in a hospital bed, appears to be contemplating the news on his phone, wondering who could be orchestrating such events against him. A man with light hair suggests that the removal of the person in question would mostly benefit the young Master Lu, with no one else standing to gain. The man believes that Shao Qi wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics to bring someone down. The man in pajamas is approached by 2 others, a man and a woman, asking if there's anything they can help with. The man in pajamas signals Wei Wei to come closer, wanting to discuss something important. A voice questions whether it's appropriate for her to see the troubling news. The man in pajamas expresses that Wei Wei should know about the issue sooner or later, as she needs to be prepared for the truth. Wei Wei, looking at her phone, regrets involving certain people to handle a personal matter with her sister, admitting she acted out of anger. She reflects on her love for Brother Qi and how she stepped back for her sister's happiness, even though it led to harsh words and criticism. Thoughts of disbelief surround her, as she couldn't imagine her sister's betrayal, getting involved with the uncle in such a way. A man questions the circumstances, wondering how Lin Yu could act like this despite supposed police supervision in the hospital. With determination, the man takes out his phone, ready to make an important call. He contacts the hospital, expressing his intent to inquire about Lin Yu's situation as her relative. The phone conversation reveals unexpected information that even the hospital staff seems unaware of Lin Yu's transfer. The man directs another person, Ting Yuan, to observe something concerning him. He speculates that Madame Shang might be involved, judging by the recent events. The phone screen shows an article about the father's murder and fiancé's betrayal, with the suspicion that Madame Shang believes in someone's guilt. The man instructs Xia Han to take Wei Wei home and explain everything to her family to ensure they understand the current situation. Wei Wei assures him that she will talk to her parents and explain everything once she gets home. Wei Wei, confident despite her parents' potential anger, believes they won't cause unnecessary problems for her. Wei Wei tells him not to worry about her because his problems are more urgent than hers. Wei Wei offers a proposition, suggesting that if the Lu family lets him go, she would be happy to work with him in real estate. She extends the same offer to lawyer Xia, inviting him to join as well. The man indicates silently, then agrees, asking them to take care of their issues while he manages things here. As the man lies in bed, he comments on Miss Mu's resilience and optimism despite being under pressure. He finds her ability to stay composed quite surprising. There's confirmation that the recorded evidence has already been uploaded to handle the situation. A woman recalls her earlier decision to call the police before arriving, indicating her proactive approach. The man in bed acknowledges her resilience and bravery while discussing how she has handled everything. However, he expresses concern, not wanting her to encounter further situations that demand such bravery and tasks Xia Han with something else. A scene shows Madame Lu being addressed while she appears to be entering a building. A pink-haired girl cheerfully greets Auntie Shang, acknowledging her presence with a warm welcome. The girl, named Lin Yu, is warned against becoming too overconfident in her position. Madame Lu, crossing her arms, points out that getting Lin Yu out of the police station was all she could manage. She warns Lin Yu against having any improper thoughts and not to blame her if she acts ruthlessly. Lin Yu claims that everything she does is for Brother Qi, despite the tensions with Auntie. Lin Yu begins to bring up a mysterious incident from 15 years ago. She confesses that she has kept silent about the incident all this time. Madame Lu is taken aback, demanding clarification on what Lin Yu just mentioned. Lin Yu, unfazed, questions if she can be threatened, asking if Madame Lu realizes the consequences of her actions. Lin Yu confidently states that she doesn't care about the consequences in her current situation. Lin Yu emphasizes that the only thing she truly cares about is Brother Qi. She laments how Brother Qi blames her for everything, especially for allegedly causing her sister's breakup with him through lies. Madame Lu dismisses Lin Yu's grievances, reminding her of her adopted status within the Mu family, implying her lack of rightful claims with Xiao Qi. Lin Yu reveals an unexpected twist, saying the real deceiver of Brother Qi was actually Madame Lu, not her. With determination, Lin Yu declares that tonight will be the end for Lu Tingyuan. Lin Yu comments on the Mu family's audacity, leaving their responsibilities with others while an elder undergoes surgery. Shang Yunlan, filled with resentment, reflects on how they all deserve to burn together, revealing deep-seated anger. A woman stands in distress as she notices a fire raging in the distance. She urgently thinks about the need to put out the fire quickly. Panic ensues as the flames spread rapidly. The woman runs frantically, realizing the severity of the situation and the urgency to do something about the growing blaze. A worried character alerts everyone that young Master Tingyuan is still trapped inside the blazing building, urging others to hurry and fetch a hose to combat the fire. As the chaos unfolds, someone calls out to Auntie Shang, seeking her attention amid the confusion and the surrounding calamity. The surprise is evident as Auntie Shang is questioned about her presence, leading to a moment of shock and realization for those around. Inquisitively, she questions why another person is on Shao Qi's bed, expressing disbelief at the unusual situation unraveling before her. A young girl, 7 years old, is shown in a state of fear, wrapped in a blanket, as she sits on the bed in a frightening atmosphere. The surroundings are filled with urgent cries for Shao Qi, as the tension rises and the desperation of the search increases. Amid the sobbing, the young girl reveals that Brother Qi had asked her to switch rooms because he wanted to sleep with sister, adding layers to the confusion. The scene is chaotic as frantic calls for Shao Qi echo, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the heightened emotions of those present. The woman rushes outside, shouting desperately for someone to save Shao Qi, making it clear that Shao Qi is still trapped within the burning structure. Lu Tingyuan struggles in the smoke, but insists with a cough that Shao Qi is okay, attempting to soothe the fears of the onlookers. Lu Tingyuan, 16 years old, is portrayed bravely standing amidst the smoke and flames, communicating his determination to get Shao Qi to safety. The urgency mounts as he instructs Uncle Bo and Brother Lin to grab thick blankets, declaring his intention to jump down, signaling immediate action. They acknowledge the instructions, promising to bring the necessary items swiftly. The situation provokes thoughts about why Lu Tingyuan is still awake. Concern arises because sleeping pills had been secretly put in his drink, causing dismay at his unexpected wakefulness during the crisis. The woman gently urges Ye to behave and stay calm, trying to provide reassurance amid the anxiety-filled environment. She instructs Ye to later inform everyone that she had escaped with Aunt Shang and others, trying to frame a narrative to explain the situation. Despite the woman's instructions, Ye reveals Auntie Shang's long presence outside in the cold, hinting at an underlying truth. Annoyed, the woman insists that Ye should just stick to what she was told to say, demanding obedience in delivering the designated message. Attempting to motivate, she promises Ye chocolate and storybooks, along with playtime with Brother Qi, to coax her compliance. Ye focuses on her promise that Brother Qi will play with her, holding on to this comforting thought. The woman reinforces the need to listen to Auntie Shang. Panic unfolds as voices call out urgently for young Master Tingyuan, the gravity of the situation firmly grasping everyone's attention. In an act of bravery, Lu Tingyuan makes a daring jump with others, focusing on getting away from the dangerous flames with Shao Qi. Safely on the ground, the characters urgently instruct to start the car, highlighting their drive to evacuate and secure safety for everyone involved. Medical analysis reveals that the boy may have fainted early, avoiding much carbon monoxide, but the girl is still being treated after inhaling more. The woman tenderly tells Shao Qi to rest well, showing concern as she watches over him in a calmer, more controlled environment. She softly reassures him that his savior will arrive soon, offering hope and comfort after the chaotic events. A startling revelation occurs when a character reflects on understanding the past lie she was made to tell, realizing that her auntie was responsible for starting the fire. A woman questions if there is any evidence to support the claim being made, challenging the validity of what was said. She acknowledges that although the statute of limitations for prosecution has expired, this doesn't apply to Charles, indicating there's more at stake. A man speculates on Charles's possible reaction upon discovering the truth, highlighting his tendency to scrutinize everything now. He blames the past deception for transforming both Charles and Sylvia. The woman expresses a deep disdain for the trickster. She admits to putting up with much to keep Juliana's secret protected, hinting at her struggles. A man offers an ultimatum. If she doesn't want to accept the favor, he can simply reveal the truth instead. His posture and expression suggest confidence and resolve. The woman blames herself for involving others to handle Sylvia, admitting she couldn't cope. She confesses her deep love for Charles, but decided to step back for Sylvia's happiness. She never anticipated Sylvia's betrayal of Charles by becoming involved with his uncle, expressing shock and disbelief as she views an image on her phone. Another character insists on keeping something from their mother due to her poor health, fearing she might not be able to handle the news. The father explains that hiding the truth is impossible because her mother is always suspicious, noting her curiosity about the troublesome people spotted in Evelyn's car. He admits failing to discipline Evelyn properly and seeks clarification about what she claimed regarding Mr. Lawson. The woman claims Evelyn fabricated accusations against her and offers to show a video as proof of her innocence. She explains that one can extort money from Evelyn by recording a video and using it as leverage, claiming Evelyn would comply without resistance. Holding a phone with an image of Evelyn, she informs her father that Evelyn was also responsible for deceitful actions involving their home. She seems perplexed about how Evelyn diverted attention away from herself or persuaded Charles, leaving herself scapegoated. Her father is startled, realizing Charles's actions are excessive, expressing concern at how far things have gone. Her father questions why she hadn't confided in them earlier, and she admits she was too naive to realize the seriousness of the situation. Vivi reveals that Evelyn constantly defamed her. At the time, she was too proud to prove herself, feeling explanations to Charles were unnecessary and would waste her effort. She reflected that trying to explain to Charles appeared pointless, as innocence should naturally reveal itself without her intervention. She shares that she hired a private detective to gather evidence on the troublemakers, securing a vital video in the process. She regrets not informing them sooner, as it would have better prepared everyone. Her desire to handle matters independently was stronger, never anticipating harm to her mother. Vivi blames herself for the situation, seemingly overwhelmed and sorrowful as she sits with her father. Her father comforts her, acknowledging his repeated misjudgments and lack of trust throughout, realizing now her need for understanding. He contemplates how he could have been more considerate, which might have prevented her from handling everything alone. Pledging his future support, he commits to being her strongest ally. He apologizes for his past failings, expressing love and determination to change. Vivi discusses her recent relationship confirmation with Mr. Lawson, explaining it occurred after she ended her engagement with Charles. She describes how Mr. Lawson was helpful, aiding her despite the risk, bringing up their shared experience on Old Street. Sebastian suggested to Vivi that Juliana might be orchestrating events, pointing out her possible involvement through online traces. Her father admits he should have supported her choice concerning Mr. Lawson, recognizing his mistake in withholding support. He reflects that if Juliana is involved, it could relate to internal conflicts over control in the Lawson group, indicating a possible power struggle. Worried, he warns Vivi about potential danger, suggesting recent online developments might be just the beginning. Vivi assures her father she has already considered this, showing awareness and readiness for what's to come. She is aware of what her choices may entail and emphasizes her understanding of Juliana's character. In a moment of introspection, she believes no one knows Juliana better than she does, emphasizing her past experiences. Vivi's thoughts drift to her previous life, puzzling over how it correlates with her current understanding. Vivi, shown in a hospital bed, receives a phone call. She answers, addressing the caller as if seeking connection and support. Vivi reminds Charles about the operation she is having today, confused about his absence and seeking clarification on when he will arrive. A voice on the phone informs Vivi that Charles can't make it due to other arrangements, assuring her of a caregiver's assistance. Confused and disappointed, Vivi questions the broken promise, highlighting their agreement and her expectation of his presence. Charles explains his absence stems from urgent business, stressing the need for prioritization and appealing to Vivi's understanding. An urgent request seeks Mr. Lawson's signature for a significant project, indicating pressing business matters needing his attention. Vivi receives troubling news that Charles's uncle has died in a car accident, presented in a stark, impactful manner. Vivian processes the news, noting the unexpected nature of the accident, realizing it causes chaos within the company. She questions if Charles refers to Tristan, recalling the similarities to events from her prior life, creating a sense of déjà vu. Confusion grows as she wonders about the timing of the accident, aligning it to past experiences that seem incongruent. Vivi's father expresses concern for her health, noting her pale appearance and questioning her well-being, showing worry. Vivi tries to assure her father she's fine while struggling to articulate what bothers her, indicating internal conflict. The scene shifts as someone enters while being addressed as Mr. Lawson, suggesting an unexpected encounter or conversation. A character questions a sudden appearance, asking why the person is present. Tristan explains he is there to discuss matters directly with another character's father. Despite being in a suit, it is mentioned that the person has not yet fully recovered from an injury. The female character approaches Tristan, mentioning that Mr. Lawson will wait outside. Mr. Murray instructs Vivi to go to her mother, indicating a desire to speak privately with Tristan. Vivi internally notes her father's serious demeanor and wonders about his thoughts on Tristan. He reassures her, saying he'll be okay. Tristan and Vivi share a moment as they hold hands, with Tristan affirming his feelings. Mr. Murray thanks Mr. Lawson for rescuing his wife and daughter, expressing everlasting gratitude. Mr. Murray, dismissing the thanks, reveals that he's there to discuss Tristan's relationship with Vivi. Tristan acknowledges the situation and speaks with determination about their relationship. Mr. Murray, with a firm expression, reveals his disagreement with the relationship. Despite not being traditional, Mr. Murray admits he's against interference but concerned about the relationship. He expresses concern for his only daughter Vivi, referring to her innocence and wishing to keep her out of family conflicts. Tristan shows understanding of Mr. Murray's concerns and is ready to address them. Tristan is resolute. He declares that nothing will stop him from being with Vivi if that's her choice. He promises to resolve his family issues to ensure Vivi's safety. Tristan requests a chance from Mr. Murray, wanting to prove his ability to make Vivi happy. Vivi inquires about Mr. Lawson's whereabouts, showing surprise at his absence. Mr. Murray abruptly informs her that Mr. Lawson is gone. Vivi expresses urgency, saying she needs to communicate with Mr. Lawson and wonders at his sudden departure. Mr. Murray advises that it's too late to catch up with Mr. Lawson and questions her urgency. Reflecting on how his daughter has grown independent, Mr. Murray feels a sense of loss and separation. Vivi decides to text Mr. Lawson, seeing it as a quick solution. Sitting together, Vivi questions her father about the nature of his conversation with Mr. Lawson. Mr. Murray admits he expressed disagreement with Vivi's relationship with Tristan. Vivi questions her father's disagreement, showing surprise. Curious about Tristan's response, Vivi asks how he reacted to the disagreement. Mr. Murray recounts feeling threatened, mentioning Tristan's determination to remain in the relationship unless she ends it. Vivi reacts with surprise and a blush at the recollection. She questions if he truly said those words, seeking confirmation. Mr. Murray accuses Vivi of siding with Tristan, calling her ungrateful. Vivi responds to her father's jealousy by affirming her enduring love for him. Smiling, Vivi reassures her father, emphasizing Tristan's good character. She enthusiastically suggests that Mr. Murray would like Tristan if he got to know him better. Mr. Murray confesses his concern was driven by worry for Vivi. Relenting, Mr. Murray agrees to the relationship due to Vivi's feelings, but cautions her to protect herself. He repeats the need for her to protect herself despite his acceptance. Vivi assures her father of her intention to safeguard both Tristan and her family, expressing determination. Vivi contemplates keeping her parents free from trouble, particularly considering her mother's frail health. She resolves to shield her mother from daunting circumstances and recalls suggesting a family holiday. Vivi joyfully reminds her father of her proposal for a vacation abroad to bring some relief. Mr. Murray, confused by the mention, asks Vivi why she's bringing it up again. Vivi shares about a rental some she's acquired and plans to arrange the holiday itinerary for her parents. Smiling, she hints at some things left unfinished and shows intent to reconnect when things settle. Tristan, holding a phone, reacts to an incoming message with curiosity. Another character checks in with Tristan, asking if there's anything interesting. Tristan replies simply, suggesting the conversation move forward without elaboration. It is noted that news has spread and become headline-worthy, prompting strategic discussions. A strategy to address public opinion without aggressive measures, such as removing posts, is proposed. They agree to contact media outlets for an announcement and plan to clarify the situation publicly. The announcement will refute false claims about personal affairs and defend the relationship. They intend to hold the instigators accountable, believing this tactic gives them an advantage. However, a condition is imposed that once the announcement is made, Tristan must cease contact with Miss Murray. Sitting on the couch, a man asserts that they should never even text each other anymore, emphasizing the importance of cutting communication. Observing his tablet, Mr. Lawson justifies that since both he and Miss Murray are single, their date would not violate any laws or moralities. With concern, a man asks if there are no other options available to handle this baseless rumor. He is advised to cut off ties with her to avoid another public relations crisis for the Lawson Group if the media captures photos. The necessity of abandoning the pawn is discussed, as it may otherwise lead to wasted efforts and greater setbacks. Someone asks who the pawn is. Mr. Lawson questions if the company's share price really depends on him breaking up with his girlfriend. Finding the situation absurd, he expresses his frustration, labeling it as ridiculous. A blond man insists that, as the person in charge, Mr. Lawson should prioritize the company's interests over his personal relationship, setting it aside at this critical time. Mr. Lawson suggests that instead of persuading him, they should go to the technology department to check if data analysis reveals any manipulation of the share price. He believes the real crisis stems from the people who aim to destroy his company, not the relationship rumors. With resignation, the man acknowledges that his visit seems futile. Standing up, the man admits that sacrifices are sometimes essential for the bigger picture, though he asks if Mr. Lawson understands this. Acknowledging the importance of the bigger picture, Mr. Lawson stands resolute. He affirms his belief in the company's core values and the importance of holding on to beliefs rather than focusing solely on share prices. Mr. Lawson argues that sacrificing staff happiness for share prices would hinder the company's long-term success. Walking alongside, colleagues comment on Mr. Lawson's loyalty, preferring beauty over monetary gain. They admire him, pondering what to do next while teasing each other lightly. One inquires if the other will continue to follow such a superior. Tristan's phone buzzes with a message asking if a visit is possible. Smiling, he replies positively, indicating that he'll be waiting. A woman arrives, asking if she's disturbing him. Holding a container, she interacts warmly, questioning why she's still seen as an outsider. Tristan invites her in, welcoming her presence. While walking, she asks if he's living alone. He explains that he hires hourly workers but gave them the day off. Curious about what she brought, he inquires. She shares that it's a specially made soup, suitable for those recovering from operations, and offers him a taste. She eagerly asks how the soup tastes after tasting it. Impressed, Tristan compliments her cooking skills. Holding the dish, Tristan expresses interest in tasting her best dessert someday. He recalls her asking the type of dessert he likes. The promise to make and bring a dessert next time is happily remembered. Laughing, she expresses pleasure in the prospect of more culinary exchanges. She reveals that she has more specialties to showcase and promises to cook for him in the future. Tristan, with a warm smile, looks forward to her culinary creations. Noticing the food container, he gently prompts her to share the reason for her visit. She appears contemplative, wondering how to convey her concerns to him effectively. Her inner thoughts reveal anxiety about whether he will believe her if she warns him that his life is in danger. A woman expresses her worry about someone she cares for, advising caution against Juliana, whom she describes as not simple. The man listening acknowledges her concerns, suggesting she knows Juliana well. He questions if Juliana did anything to her, showing his concern. The woman reflects on her past, stating Juliana hadn't affected her much in her current life, but she remembers vividly how it felt in a previous life. She recalls being told to leave the city and take care of household duties, highlighting the control exerted over her. Despite the past, she finds comfort as she feels reassured not to worry. The man promises her that regardless of future challenges, he won't allow her to suffer from grievances. She insists she's fine, asserting her independence and capability of handling things herself. Yet, he admits feeling uneasy about her interactions with Juliana. He observes how she, at 31, carries constant concerns and seems worried something bad might happen. He muses on how women her age should be carefree, contrasting her demeanor with his expectations. In a flashback, a severe voice criticizes Vivi for focusing on eating instead of making a toast. The young woman hesitantly faces the demand to make a toast to her uncle. The present returns, where the man encourages sharing any future burdens with him, expressing happiness if she leans on him. She reflects on her past imprisonment and how different choices led her to meet someone good. Embracing him, she acknowledges how unbelievable it is to have found something positive. Her inner voice vows to protect him and everyone she cares about. The determination to shield her loved ones at any cost becomes her driving force. She asks Mr. Lawson if she can stay at his place for a while, having sent her parents abroad. Sitting close together, she insists it will only be for a short period. Surprised, he seeks clarification if she intends to stay with him. She offers to take care of him, stating her lack of confidence in others and asking for the opportunity. With a hint of worry, he questions the misunderstandings her staying might cause. Her puzzled reaction shows she's taken aback by his suggestion. A blush spreads as she remains speechless. Panicking, she insists she meant nothing else, clarifying her intentions. With a sigh, he admits feeling flattered, seeing her embarrassment. She hesitantly accepts his offer but notes it can't happen until recovery. He casually suggests she move in after arranging everything, leaving her surprised. Internally, he wonders if he should wear a bulletproof vest upon facing Mr. Murray again. Her expression questions why he still refers to her formally as Mr. Lawson. They playfully discuss what she should call him, settling on darling after some banter. As the conversation wraps up, he indicates he'll get back soon. She stands, offering to give him a ride, signaling her support. A woman notices that he's burning and wonders if something might be wrong. She supports him with an arm and suggests leaving, offering to send him back. He gently touches her forehead and tells her that she's having a fever. The woman holds onto his shirt, seemingly worried. She takes out her phone, deciding to call for an ambulance. The man calmly tells her not to do that, as he cannot go to the hospital. She insists that the fever is likely caused by the wound and urges him to take his health seriously. He explains that the board's meeting is in 2 days, and he can't let anything happen to him. Reassuring her, he insists he'll be all right after taking some medicine and resting for a night, promising her not to worry and to go back. The woman pulls him closer, urgently asking for the antipyretic. He lies down, sweat on his brow, while the antipyretic seems to have limited effectiveness. She ponders whether she can just let him stay there as she examines a thermometer reading 38.7 degrees Celsius. Deciding to help, she stands up, considering physical cooling to make him feel better. After some time, she observes that he's cooling down. Sitting beside him, she softly tells him he needs to get better soon. Meanwhile, a phone on a nearby table goes off repeatedly with a buzzing sound. Vivi wakes up confused, questioning why she is sleeping on the bed. Tristan, standing by the bed, tells her it's still early and suggests she should sleep a bit more. Tristan asks Vivi if she's feeling better, their backs facing the room's soft light. Vivi replies that she's fine, her determination evident in her voice. Tristan assures Vivi that since she's all right now, he'll head back and encourages her to take a good rest. Vivi suggests Tristan stay there for the night, mentioning that her parents would worry if she doesn't return home. Tristan shakes his head and tells Vivi not to worry, as he already texted her father. Surprised, Vivi questions Tristan about texting her father, while he explains he did it because it was late, and he was concerned her father would be anxious. Vivi, worried, asks if her father said anything in response. Tristan reassures her, saying her father only sent back some random words. He tells Vivi it's late and that she should sleep now. A city scene illuminated below. A new scene begins 2 days later, with the exterior of a modern train station in view. Inside the station, travelers move about, and the atmosphere is bustling with activity. A girl addresses her parents, telling them their destination is worthy of royalty, and encourages them to have a good time. Vivi's parents express concern about her managing everything on her own and ask when she will visit them. Her father reassures her mother that Vivi has grown up and can handle herself, stressing the importance of enjoying the trip. Vivi is urged not to worry them and to join them as soon as she finishes her responsibilities. Her parents decide it's time to go in as they prepare for their journey, putting their faith in Vivi. Tristan comments on how long Vivi has been standing and asks if she's okay considering her wound. Vivi reassures Tristan that she's all right and suggests they move out. Vivi admits she's been focused on her parents' trip and hasn't packed her own luggage yet. She expresses her unease but is determined to continue. Tristan tells Vivi it's okay and that there's no need to pack, as they'll buy what she needs on the way. Vivi considers this solution and feels she should gather some necessities herself. Suddenly, Vivi encounters Charles, and in surprise, she asks him why he is there. Charles insists he has important matters to discuss with Vivi immediately. Vivi declares they have nothing left to talk about, hinting at past disagreements. Charles is taken aback but reminds her of how she once begged him tearfully in the hospital. Vivi strongly refutes his implication, questioning his accusations. Tristan suggests they find a more suitable place to discuss everything calmly. Later, Tristan and Vivi sit together, and Tristan questions Charles's reason for seeking Vivi. Charles insists the matter is strictly between him and Vivi, requesting Tristan's absence. Despite Charles's insistence, Tristan encourages Vivi, reminding her she can share anything with him. Tristan confidently states that if Vivi doesn't feel comfortable being honest with him, it won't trouble him, assuring her of his understanding. Charles tells Vivi he asked Tristan to leave them alone to show respect, adding that Tristan would be the embarrassed one if they do this. Charles questions if Tristan can maintain everything he currently has. He asks Vivi if she really wants to be with Tristan, while the other man wonders about the uncertainty of the future. Tristan finds the threat amusing, expressing anticipation for what will happen next. Charles insists to Vivi that he's doing everything for her benefit. He warns Vivi that Tristan will lose everything soon, urging her not to fall with him. Charles argues that Vivi deserves a better future and that he can provide a happy life, but Tristan dismisses his promises as empty. Vivi attributes the situation to the arrangements made by Charles's mother. Charles admits his ignorance about the online reports. He promises such incidents will never happen again. Vivi accuses Charles of avoiding responsibility and always thinking he's right while others aren't. Vivi rejects playing games with Charles but thanks him for his kindness. Vivi expresses her hope that she and Charles will never meet again. As Vivi walks away with Tristan, Charles calls out for him to stop. Charles accuses Tristan of putting on an act in front of Vivi. Charles claims that Tristan can trick Vivi but not him. Charles accuses Tristan of hypocrisy, suggesting he intended ill by asking for reflection on his attitude toward Vivi. Charles warns Vivi not to be tricked by Tristan, who approached her for her shares. Charles mentions that the land Tristan gave her is worthless compared to the shares. Charles insists that he has always been sincere with Vivi. Vivi admits to asking Tristan for the land. Charles acknowledges being initially fooled by Tristan. Vivi reveals she gave Tristan all her shares for free. Charles questions why, given this knowledge. Tristan apologizes for the suffering caused over the shares. He assures that it won't happen again. Tristan advises Charles that since the engagement is cancelled, he should stop bothering Vivi. Tristan promises to treat her well. Charles insists that the cancellation was not his decision, as he never agreed to it. Charles pleads that Vivi misunderstood, blaming Evelyn for fooling him and lamenting his missed chance to explain. Vivi finds explanations unnecessary, noting that their situation isn't only due to Evelyn. Vivi mentions Charles's claim that Tristan tricked her over the shares. Vivi is disappointed that Charles, as her fiancé, hid things from her for years. Charles struggles to respond, stating it never occurred to him to explain this. Charles explains he thought the shares would eventually belong to both of them and she'd find out post-marriage. Vivi recalls Tristan asking her to sign away her shares. But eventually, Tristan chose to respect her and told her the truth. Vivi proposed an exchange, knowing the inequality in their values, aware of one thing. She says only when she asked for a small return would Charles and his mother let her go. Vivi tells Tristan it's time to go. Charles processes the situation, realizing Vivi thought he did everything for the shares. Charles is stunned, wondering if this is Vivi's perception of him. He suspects Tristan orchestrated misunderstandings between them for shares and her affection. Determined, Charles resolves not to let Tristan get away with it. Charles vows to make Tristan pay for his scheme. Meanwhile, a news update mentions how Mr. Lawson's recent actions affected the company's stock price. The need arises for actions to stabilize investors and prevent further asset loss. As the company's leader, Mr. Lawson is held accountable for these issues. A demand for a solution is made. Without it, further steps are implied. A man notes an anomaly in the stock price fluctuations, suggesting unusual activity. He mentions assigning Sebastian to analyze the transaction data to reveal any market manipulation signs. After an analysis, they have gathered more insights into the situation. The belief is that the stock price fluctuation wasn't due to a hostile sell-off, leading to questions about the cause. Actually, it's revealed that the market was influenced by other factors. Another man explains that the fluctuations were due to both information and emotions, with reactions varying among the investors. They discovered that some individuals bought shares as prices dropped, showing a level of confidence in the company. The data provide a summary of buyers and sellers, indicating that transactions were evenly matched. It became clear that there weren't any major sellers affecting the market significantly. A timeline review indicates that the initial sell-off began shortly after Mr. Lawson's scandal spread online. The subsequent sell-offs occurred as prices decreased, showing ongoing effects from the scandal. With gravity, someone concludes they have reached a decisive understanding. About the share price fall, Mr. Lawson is declared fully responsible for the drop. This revelation hits hard, causing a wave of realization. There's a direct address to Sebastian, emphasizing a notable shift in the situation. Someone mentions persuading Mr. Lawson to heed warnings, but his ignorance led to the current predicament. It is mentioned that people who neglect the company's interests cannot hold leadership positions. A member feels Sebastian's remarks are excessive and prompts someone to sit down. Recognition is given to Mr. Lawson's contributions to the company. Although he caused issues recently, his past achievements are acknowledged. Mr. Lawson's health problems necessitate time off for recovery, adding another layer to the decision. The suggestion is made for Mr. Lawson to take some days off to recuperate, deferring further discussion until after his recovery. The company requires leadership as Mr. Lawson rests, prompting the need for a temporary replacement. A proposal is made to substitute Tristan with Charles during this period. Someone seeks opinions on the proposed change, inviting feedback. An expression of smug satisfaction indicates confidence in the situation. If everyone agrees, the speaker suggests proceeding to a vote on the proposed changes. The result of the discussions is 8 votes in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions from the decision. Based on the company's article and voting outcome, a decision is made to suspend Tristan for 3 months. During this period, Charles will lead, assuring minimal disruption to company operations. Adequate time will be given to Tristan for rest and recovery simultaneously. In an office setting, a man refers to Mr. Lawson, prompting others' attention. The question arises about what decision the board of directors reached regarding Mr. Lawson's situation. It is announced that Charles will temporarily take over, encouraging everyone to continue supporting the company. A plea is made to reconsider the decision, recognizing Mr. Lawson's significant contribution and advising against abandoning him due to temporary difficulties. A letter is presented, expressing employee support for Mr. Lawson and a strong request regarding the decision. Surprising acknowledgement of unanticipated employee support surfaces. Sebastian is informed that the staff retains faith in Mr. Lawson's leadership despite current issues. A question arises on how to handle these loyal employees, suggesting skepticism about their motives. A reminder is given that the company is not Tristan's individual property but a family business. It seems that some company members are uncertain about their loyalties amidst the situation. There's a call for addressing these unstable factors swiftly to prevent potential disruption to the company's work. Caution is advised to avoid involving too many people, while stressing the importance of not letting matters slide. It's proposed to be strict with a specific group as an example for maintaining order in the company. Responsibility is passed to Sebastian, entrusting him with the task of managing the situation. A person hints to colleagues that they know what actions are necessary to take. It's proposed that those with lingering disagreements can approach HR for resignations, emphasizing limits to tolerance. A warning is issued not to force coercive actions, hinting at potential embarrassment for everyone involved. The group expected resistance, seeing it as confirmation that the company no longer values their contributions. There's a dismissal of a middle ground stance, indicating a belief that traitors will face consequences. Reiteration of the belief that disloyal individuals will not fare well. As people walk away, an apology is muttered for almost saying something, perhaps an afterthought. A brief adjustment is acknowledged, hinting at minor changes or accommodations. Everett learns that he now reports to Mr. Cervantes as the new superior, becoming the assistant. Everett receives a pat on the back, encouraging him to proceed with his new responsibilities. It's mentioned that transportation arrangements previously assigned to him are now for Mr. Cervantes. Confirmation is given that he must hail a taxi home, thanking him for his hard work. As Mr. Lawson walks away, congratulations on the promotion are shared with Mr. Charles. A parting wish for a safe journey is offered to Mr. Lawson, with a note that there will be no formal send-off. A man stands quietly, noticing Catherine and commenting on how long it's been since they last met. Catherine responds warmly to the man, mentioning they've returned to their homeland and suggests he call her Kathy instead of the name she used abroad. Miss Watson, surrounded by flowers, is addressed with a question about how someone can assist her. A man declares his intention to take a rest for a while, implying he needs a break. He reassures another person not to worry, claiming it won't affect their shares, indicating an issue around business matters. The person expresses concern, saying their shares don't matter and they are worried about him instead. Kathy challenges him, questioning if he truly takes his break as a holiday and suggests that forces might be pushing him to leave. She reflects on how he holds a more prestigious position than Charles, contemplating his situation. Despite not being in charge, he is acknowledged for having the potential to turn situations around. Kathy warns him that treating matters lightly might lead to unimaginable outcomes and then inquires about his suggestion. She assures him of her support, stating clearly that she is on his side. Kathy proposes they discuss matters further in a coffee shop, suggesting a change of venue for their conversation. Another woman nearby, driving a car, offers Mr. Lawson a ride, ensuring his transportation needs are covered. He questions her presence, intrigued and seemingly unaware of why she is there. Kathy is told by the man that today might not be a good time to talk, suggesting they converse another day instead. Kathy recognizes someone with disbelief, exclaiming, "It's her!" indicating surprise or alarm at the sight. She reflects on how the woman had significantly influenced who Tristan is now. Kathy confronts Tristan about his current predicament, questioning his decisions and priorities. Tristan asks if his private life should be part of their conversation, suggesting boundaries in their discussion. Kathy points out Tristan's professional background and questions his judgment, referring to his educational achievements. Observing a passing car, she wonders how Tristan could be attracted to such a woman. With intense emotion, Kathy concludes that the woman doesn't deserve Tristan, expressing strong disapproval. From a distance, an observer comments on Tristan's charm and Miss Watson's concern, noting his influence. Tristan explains about the woman, acknowledging her as a capable classmate and clarifying his business relationship with her. He mentions he's temporarily uninterested in the woman's proposal, indicating a hold in their dealings. Closing in a private conversation, Tristan confides his intentions, though the details remain undisclosed. From his perspective, he committed to managing rental collections alongside a partner, implying cooperation. She laughs, asking him to stop his antics so she can focus on driving, blending teasing with responsibility. Days pass as the scene shifts, suggesting a transition or the passage of time. A concern is voiced for Tristan's health, highlighting his indispensable role in the company. During a formal meeting, considerations are made regarding the company's future development, indicating changes. An announcement is made about the board's decision on a personnel adjustment, hinting at restructuring. The assembly expresses sincere hope for Tristan's recovery and return, united in their support. During the discussion, contemplation on management and adjustments continues, with more questions arising. A reporter asks if the changes relate to rumors, seeking opinions and stirring anticipation on the matter. A male character mentions that the company's decision was based on various considerations, excluding personal affairs, and he insists he won't make any comments on Tristan's private life. The man explains that they allowed Tristan to leave temporarily for his health. A confident man assures that they are well prepared and believes the company won't be affected. Two men exchange information, concluding that since Tristan didn't deny the rumors, they must be true. Seated, a man reflects that Charles is going to great lengths to undermine his uncle, even involving his fiancée. While sitting, he considers the complexity in rich families, mentioning how Tristan was tempted by his nephew's fiancée. The man wonders about Miss Murray, amused by her gaining favor with both Charles and Tristan. Suddenly, a man in a suit stands, reinforcing the company's commitment to responsibilities. He is determined to present all information clearly and timely to ensure the truth is known by those who care. Concluding the press conference, the male figure thanks everyone for their attention and support. A congratulatory shout to Charles echoes from a figure in the crowd, capturing attention. Charles internally questions a woman's presence, puzzled by her unexpected appearance. Observing a woman with flowers, whispers circulate about her being the source of online gossip. Journalists clamor for more photographs of the woman, exclaiming they have significant news. Recalling the past, the woman wonders about her connection with Charles as photographers persist. Personal questions arise regarding Miss Lloyd and Charles, hinting at a potential romance. Miss Lloyd hesitates before clarifying that they are merely friends. Yet, she admits cherishing every moment spent with him, adding depth to their connection. Reporters question if an attack against Tristan was orchestrated by someone. Miss Lloyd remorsefully admits her mistake was due to impulse and expresses regret. She insists that her intention was never to harm anyone or use the situation to get closer to Charles. A skeptical thought surfaces, doubting if she's portraying herself as a victim and suggesting she aims to implicate Charles. A hand grasping a microphone leads to the statement that they have learned everything about Miss Lloyd's case, actively cooperating with the investigation. An assurance is given that while details can't be shared until the investigation ends, support for the investigation is guaranteed. A woman declares that those guilty will face consequences. The press conference concludes with a final announcement. At night, a city scene introduces a man acknowledging his past mistakes, expressing intent to correct them. Juliana emphasizes her efforts to amend past errors, appearing determined. On a screen, she hopes for a chance with Charles, appealing sincerely. A man is told to stop watching, reminded that it's time to change a dressing. The phrase "Vivi is so adorable" radiates positivity. A concerned voice asks if any harm was caused, displaying a hint of worry. She assures it's all right, mentioning that seeing him alleviates any pain. Curious, she inquires if there is interest in dropping by properties the following day. A thought surfaces about him potentially feeling sad from being chased out, suggesting a walk. An idea of treating him to a walk is seen as beneficial, questioning the term "my properties." She refers to shares given to Miss Watson as motivation, indicating sincerity is needed to recruit him. They plan to meet the lawyer first to add Yolan's name to a property certificate, illustrating a future plan. Plans to visit Ella, who has been concerned about his recovery, are discussed. The man, with a hint of humor, checks if Vivi is sure about visiting Ella the next day. Vivi questions nervously when asked about a baby, displaying surprise. With an amused expression, he interrogates her about her readiness to answer Ella's inquiry about a baby. A female character warns someone that if they don't stop speaking nonsense, she will make their pain unforgettable. A thought floats in the air, expressing that Vivi is considered the greatest luck. The female character softly states her feelings, mentioning how the wounds are still unbandaged. There's a celebratory mood as a character mentions congratulating Charles on taking charge, jokingly addressing him as President Lawson, followed by a toast. Another character reminds they have to rely on someone for a promotion. Someone questions the promotion talk, saying they are buddies and should not talk about promotion. Observing an empty cup, someone wonders about Mr. Lawson's drink being empty and seems surprised. Another character finds it inconsiderate and asks someone to refill the drink for Mr. Lawson, inviting him to enjoy it. Excitement fills the room as someone agrees, calling the other a good mate. Someone directs Vivi to refill Mr. Lawson's cup, catching their attention. Vivi agrees to pour wine for Mr. Lawson, respecting the request. Someone, dissatisfied, remarks that the current name isn't good and demands a change. Another character disagrees with the suggestion to change the name, stating they like it and it suits them. A character clarifies that Mr. Lawson might not know the rules, implying a level of unawareness. It's suggested that changing a name is Mr. Manning's decision as a glass crashes. The sound of a breaking glass fills the air as someone expresses displeasure, using crude language. The male character insists on the need to change the name, questioning the nonsense. Someone begins to address Charles, perhaps hinting at further developments. The conversation shifts as someone asks Mr. Manning if he has been keeping up with the news. A realization strikes with the mention of Charles's ex-fiancée. The mood lightens as one character jokes about drinking due to missing Sylvia. A personal opinion is shared, stating Sylvia isn't that impressive compared to others present. Questioning the need to cry, one character advises changing the name officially. Offering a cigarette, someone suggests not to bother with arguments involving a little girl. Consolation is offered, promising distraction from thoughts of a particular woman. A challenge is issued to cheer up Mr. Lawson and make him forget Sylvia, with a substantial reward mentioned. The offer is reiterated, promising fame alongside financial gain for accomplishing the task. The character assures making the selected person popular as part of the reward. Someone tries to ease the mood by saying Mr. Manning was just joking. Another character suggests making the most of the situation since they are already there. In a sudden shift, a command is issued for someone to leave. The male character questions if someone believed they could sit on his lap at their discretion. In a lively nightclub, a group of friends stands together. One of the friends, clad in a yellow shirt, reminds the others not to get upset, asserting that they're at the place for fun. A woman in a striped dress is sitting on the floor, and the atmosphere is filled with party decorations and bottles. Champagne and an empty glass are beside her. The thought of continuing the celebration in Charles's honor seems to be the focus. The friends, standing around a table laden with alcohol, decide to drink until they're satisfied. They're committed not to leave any drinks unattended as they aim to celebrate with Charles thoroughly. One of them agrees with a simple, "Yeah." A guy in red expresses concerns about another friend's condition. Suggesting that Charles might need to be moved to a private room to rest, he directs the comment towards his companions. A thought arises amongst the group about an incoming call. A guy in yellow bends over to reach for Charles, anticipating it might be Charles's phone. The phone screen is illuminated, showing Evelyn's name on an incoming call. Its significance hangs in the balance as options to answer or hang up appear prominently. Responding to the call, the guy identifies the caller as Miss Lloyd. He admits with a chuckle that Charles is quite drunk and expresses concern that no one might have picked up when she called. The guy on the phone looks composed as the room's lively lights dance around him. The scene quietly transitions with the revelation of time passing. 20 minutes later. Miss Lloyd arrives, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness. She announces her purpose calmly. She's there to pick up Charles, conveying willingness and determination. The scene portrays Miss Lloyd with determination and perhaps worry. Someone acknowledges her prompt arrival and addresses her directly. The guy in yellow, maintaining a polite demeanor, offers to have someone assist in picking Charles up. He gently suggests that it might be too challenging for Miss Lloyd to handle it alone. Two individuals are engaged in conversation, casting uncertainty about another's willingness. The man's expression hints at both curiosity and amusement over the unfolding situation. A thought lingers, rooted in doubt. The man reveals a belief that Charles holds no interest in the subject of their discussion, indicating a judgment based on past behavior. Engaged in the conversation about Charles, the man suggests taking the opportunity for a wager. His demeanor signals a mischievous intent. The mischievous man's bet is audacious, confidently placing a wager on the prospect of Evelyn becoming romantically involved with Charles, underscoring his belief in such an outcome. Playful bets are exchanged on how Charles will respond to the situation. Each statement contrasts dramatically, capturing a blend of certainty and humor. Looking down upon the scene, laughter punctuates the air as everyone is encouraged to join in on the wager. Spirits are high as opinions and stakes are laid on the table. The night sky offers a serene backdrop to the unfolding drama, with whispers of Vivi capturing the moment's emotional depth. Racing through city streets, a vehicle passes by impressive buildings. A figure grapples with unfinished musings about achieving success and becoming a president. In a private moment, Evelyn checks on Charles, concerned about his well-being as they find some solace together. Charles, somewhere between consciousness and dreams, whispers Evelyn's name softly amidst a cascade of scattered thoughts and emotions. Another wave of emotion washes over Charles as he acknowledges Evelyn's return, a moment intensely longed for across time and distance. Charles expresses deep longing for Evelyn, uttering the profound impact of her presence. A tidal wave of relief and warmth fills the air. In an intimate confession, words of love ring true as emotions culminate, a bittersweet acknowledgement of enduring affection. In a different setting, a woman thoughtfully shops, planning to provide steak to support Tristan's quick recovery, bridging hospitality and care. In a surprising shopping encounter, a voice implies skepticism about avoiding issues, hinting at underlying tensions. Miss Watson reacts to an accusation with a polite denial, cautioning that words might lead to misunderstandings, maintaining a poised demeanor. A thought bubbles up revealing suspicions about the current situation, casting doubt and questioning intentions. A conversation steers towards commitment, questioning whether dedication to Tristan will persist indefinitely. A response hangs silently. The query focuses on Miss Watson's long-standing relationship with Tristan, recognizing a shared history and potentially revealing intentions. Miss Watson, unyielding and with a determined stance, seems poised to pose a significant question, suggesting an assertive approach. The question lingers about whether Tristan's decisions could be swayed by others. There's an exploration of influence and autonomy. Reflections on Miss Watson's bond with Tristan surface, suggesting it's not something easily understood by outsiders, hinting at depth and exclusivity. In a moment of sincerity, Miss Watson asserts the complexity and intimacy of her relationship with Tristan, keeping her boundaries defined. A frustrated expression undercuts the tension, capturing the undercurrent of discontent and unresolved conflict. Someone muses about how gross it is to hear a name used in a certain way, expressing frustration with the situation. The woman angrily confronts another, accusing her of acting manipulative despite causing someone named Tristan to lose everything. She warns that if the harassment continues, Mr. Lawson will easily deal with it, while the other responds mockingly about the mention of Mr. Lawson. The woman accuses the other of pretending to respect Tristan while secretly siding with Charles. The two women stand in a store, one expressing disbelief at the other's changing loyalties and advising to save the sarcasm. The woman accuses those who superficially support Tristan of becoming marginalized. She insists she can help Tristan with her position, blaming the other for his current state. The other woman questions whether Juliana would release Tristan and raises concerns about potential company conflicts. She hints at possible hidden intentions behind the accusations directed at her. The woman advises taking meaningful action to help rather than making empty promises. Someone reflects that Sebastian is blunt and doesn't shy away from sharing opinions, unlike the unnamed person being criticized. The conversation about betrayal continues, with a character expressing exhaustion from the drama, even as a bystander. Allegations of damaging friendships between Sebastian and Tristan surface, with the blame pointed towards the woman facing the accusation. The accuser is astonished by the other's lack of guilt and even pride in the situation. The accused sarcastically apologizes, attributing her actions to her influential charm. She invites the accuser to speak to Tristan anytime, hinting at willingness to help if genuine. The woman suggests wholeheartedly dedicating efforts to Charles instead of using others for personal gains. She cautions that trying to please both Tristan and Charles will result in losing everything. Thoughts emerge about whether a car accident involving Tristan is linked to an internal company conflict. Speculation grows about potential suspects if the accident was indeed deliberate. A loud noise punctuates a complaint about the toughness of a steak, indicating dissatisfaction. The apologetic cook offers to remake the steak after being criticized for its quality. The cook faces termination, reflecting the immediate and severe consequences of a mistake. Charles questions the rationale of keeping an incompetent cook and dismisses the person. Another woman tries to mediate, suggesting Charles might reconsider firing the cook. Charles sternly questions the woman's attempt to speak and further escalates the tension in the room. His towering presence intimidates the woman, his question implying that her peaceful lifestyle isn't appreciated. Charles thinks the woman wants to play nice at home without understanding the corporate pressures he faces. Internal thoughts reveal that Charles is under significant pressure after recently taking over the company. The thought of not burdening Charles but sharing his responsibilities resonates, portraying a shared goal. Accusations fly as someone notes Charles's recent temper issues, believing these affect the family. A plea for Charles to stop his behavior is followed by regret about the efforts made to satisfy his ambitions. Another confrontation criticizes sacrificing family for power and ambitions. The woman appears shocked, realizing the extent to which Charles's pursuit for power harms familial bonds. A voice challenges cultural gender norms regarding leadership, crediting past actions for current positions. The woman's disbelief is evident. She internally questions the truth behind such claims. Revelations about the company's leadership history unfold, causing further tension. Charles reacts aggressively to an intrusion, illustrating growing paranoia and stress. The woman offers a peace gesture by bringing a snack, trying to lighten the intense atmosphere. She comments about how her timing made the gesture unexpected, adding humor to the situation. An outburst ensues, the refusal of the gesture highlighting escalating tensions and unresolved issues. Reflections surface about a past life, describing the scary ambience at the mansion. She's haunted by fears of harsh truths she couldn't confront, hinting at long-standing family grudges. Understanding Tristan, she doubts he would commit harmful acts for power, unlike suggested. She remembers when Tristan was a child mourning his brother's death, complicating perceptions. It's hard to believe Tristan would harm Charles's father, contradicting sinister notions. She resolves to uncover the truth, determined to piece together the complex past. An offer to taste soup invites opinions, adding a touch of normalcy amidst continuing uncertainty. A positive response about the soup brings relief, momentarily shifting the tense focus. The host expresses concern about potentially over-seasoning, showing attentiveness to details. Dinner is announced, featuring fried steak and creamy mushroom soup, providing a moment of respite. A casual inquiry about a visitor, Kathy, introduces light-hearted conversation amid heavier themes.